Did this not come up last time?
All right. What is going on? Yo, Craggerroll, thank you for the resub, man. 27 months. Thank you, dude. Appreciate that, my friend. Getting set up here. We're going to be tying a couple beast flies today. Got a fresh cup of coffee. On my third one, though, so I'm going to try and take it a little bit slower on this cup. Get the camera set up. Turn the music off. Put my other earbud in so I can monitor my audio as well. Double earbuds all the time. And boom. What's going on? How's everybody doing? Alright, we're going to be tying some beast flies. So I already got some mono ready. By the way, I hope everyone's doing well. Let's actually pull this back a little bit. I'll chat with you folks for a little bit before we get started. But how's everybody doing? I hope everyone's doing well. Microphone check. Let me turn this down just a skosh so I don't peak. Make sure our filter's on. I think it is. Yeah, it is. Okay. So I don't peak it. You got to represent the bluefish. Yes. Yeah, I don't know if I'm happy with the two new. So I think on followers we have that striped bass emote where it's split up into two. I don't know if I like the one with me with the big fish. We'll see. That's kind of cool. But I do like the close-up of that fish. Named it Li Fly Stare or whatever. So it's kind of like, it's a funny photo of the bass, like its eye. But yeah, big bluefish emote. Albie emote as well. And then maybe like a weak fish with like a unicorn thing coming off the top of it for the mythical weak fish. We have so many emote slots, though. So I'm looking in how to generate or make some GIFs or whatever. Some GIFs. Can we get some GIFs? So maybe like a or something. I got to figure out how to do that. I could just take a regular emote and then Twitch animates it by shaking it like crazy, which we have. But I kind of want to have a higher quality. But so at least we have two emotes on the YouTube, but I'm going to try and make some better ones, so we're probably going to redo some emotes and stuff like that for Twitch, and obviously I think I have 5 emote slots on YouTube, so, but I have so many on Twitch to fill in, so there's just going to be a plethora of emotes. So if you have a good idea, let me know in the Discord. So, all right, we got some beast flies to tie. So I already took some monofilament and straighten them with a lighter. I didn't have a single straw. I guess I should get some straws. And I think what you're supposed to do is take these in stick them in a straw and put them over boiling water. That's how you do it. But the local fly shop owner said one of his friends, he asked, did him a favor. Oh God, this mono on the ground. So he asked me if I could tie 2 beast flies for him. So I don't normally tie beast flies for orders and stuff like that, because they're quite intensive and I don't have a lot of bucktail, but I figured we'll go ahead and tie these. Give me one sec. Make sure I pause this right there so it's not taking up too much my CPU usage. Alright, by the way, hope everyone's doing well. We did go fishing for like an hour yesterday. Unfortunately, we didn't get anything, but I think I need to straighten this just a little bit. I have been on quite a roll when it comes to prepping my Blood Angels army in Warhammer, though. I'm working on it. I've been doing some miniature painting here and there. I'm printing up some Vanguard vets right now. Luckily, we got a bunch of resin. I got to print up some Thousand Sons for my my buddies' Egyptian boys list. All right, so you got to put some new thread on here. I have some flat wax nylon, the classic 210 denier. Just let me get my music going here. Man, it's hot in here. I gotta fix my AC. I gotta get this AC going. It's gonna be brutal. So we're gonna be doing a lot of this by hand. Let me lower this. We're going to be doing a lot of this by hand, where I'm holding the monofilament in my hand, like this. But we'll start off with it in the vise. So let's get some thread on the bobbin here. Got stuck on the little thing that they used to hold it. Chafed up my thread. Yeah, we're going to tie a couple beast flies. It's probably going to be about, I mean, the from the front of the hook to the back of the mono is 9 inches. So these are probably going to be around 11 to 12 inches with the length of the bucktail. The thing is, I do not have a lot of white bucktail, so we might need to get creative with the tails. Go with like brighter colors, you know what I mean? Like yellows and chartreuse. This is all of the white bucktail I have for hollow flies. So really from here up. And some of this isn't even the best. And even that long. So what I'm thinking is I save the white for the front part of the flies. For the belly. But in the back section we're going to be using a lot of like chartreuse and yellows. And then one of them will be chartreuse over white, essentially, with some red in the throat, and the next one will be like a herring sort of color with blues and stuff like that, and some purples. That's the idea, though, so we'll see how it works. Again, I don't have a lot of white bucktail, so I think I just have to make the decision. I mean, I'll probably have enough for maybe at some point tie some white up at the front, and then on the hook itself. Oh, sorry. Let me fix this so my mic is okay. All right. Sorry about that. Okay. Let's get started here, I guess. Oh, actually, I wanted to real quickly. I guess I did straighten it pretty good. Keeping that lighter away from it, just enough to like kind of heat it up a little bit while I'm pulling taut. Just kind of help straighten it a little. All right, we shall start on the vise to make it easy on ourselves. And just get this started. And we're going to be using super glue. Whenever we finish a hollow fly tie, we're going to be using a little bit of super glue and putting that on the threads. What you'll find is sometimes the bucktail pushes itself forward. It kind of doesn't really affect the way that it fishes too much, because when it gets wet, it's fine. But a pop lip GIF? Oh, that'd be sick. I'd have to get some really good footage of it, which I could probably do. Yeah, it like like that. Yeah, I need to figure out how to do that. I'm sure I could probably, I don't know if there's like a software or something I need to do that, or if I could just do it in like, what do you call it? What is that software called? DaVinci Resolve by Blackmagic. Okay. Yeah, I think we're going to start and just use a bunch of this, because this is like the color. We could tie feathers. Do we want feathers off the back? Are we going straight bucktail? I think we're just going straight bucktail with this. It's the best look. Oh, God. Why is it when I start my stream, dude, the lawnmowers start coming out? Every time. Unbelievable. Right on schedule. All right. It's my arch nemesis, Optimum and lawnmowers. Let me loosen this up slightly for this part. And we'll tighten it back up. Just kind of try and get that thread kind of going a little bit without it being too weebly wobbly. And we'll just tie some lawn bucktail off the back to get some length going here. See, this is where it's a little tricky to start. So I want to start near the vise. Yeah, I'm just going to do it in my hands. Screw it. It's way easier. Way easier than trying to use the vise. Let's get this out of here. Tying in your hands with Mike. I gotta get some like wireless earbuds or something. Go ahead and wrap this up. I kind of need to listen to some of my audio. Otherwise I might miss alerts because I'm deep in the beast fly lore. Alright. We could take a little bit of super glue here and just hit this with a teeny amount of super glue. By the way, let me know if that lawnmower or whatever is too loud, alright? Or if it's noticeable enough. I'll close the window. Even though it's my only source of fresh air at the moment. Literally, it's every time I start streaming. It doesn't matter what time. Unless it's like after 9 o'clock. Somebody comes out with a lawnmower. Like, oh, Mike started his stream. Time to break out the old weed whacker. Run around my lawn. It was like that one movie we were talking about where the guy moves next door and it's one of the, I think it was one of the Wayans brothers, and he was like some crazy dude that would always mow his lawn at like 6 a.m. I think it was like Steve Martin or Billy Crystal. I always forget. That was a fun movie though. Alright. We can do one more tie to start before the hollow ties. But do we want to just start doing hollow ties? I think we do. Because why not? No reason not to, I guess. So let me turn this vise around because we're going to be trimming a lot of bucktail butts to be doing this. And I'm just trimming it flush to make it easier. Trimming a very small amount off. And then I'm going to hold this like so and just wrap once or twice and cinch it down. And I think I just got to tie enough in. This one was a little light, so I'll add a little bit more, but I just got to tie enough in. I think we figured out we could just do it in one shot and then just spread the bucktail around and fold it back to save a little time. Otherwise, we're going to be tying these all day, so. So we just got to tie enough in one shot, and then you spread it around. Just to make it be a little bit more efficient with it. One thing we got to make sure we do is tie our thread forward to the same spot so it's even when we fold it back. Now I did have that little tool, didn't I? That I literally dropped every time I used it last time we tied the beast fly. This time, we'll see if I do that again. I was going to say I'm not, but I'm not going to promise that I'm not going to drop it every time. So, because I really don't know. It's a little tricky using it, but we got it. Shout out to TD Bank for the free pens. Except when I go there now, there's never any pens. I think they either stop putting them out or somebody's going there and just taking every pen. There's like a pen thief. Because every time I go there, there's no pens. Used to be like my go-to. I'd grab 1 or 2 pens once a month for a new pushing tool for fly tying, but hollow fly tool, if you will. It's really the only thing I use that for. Hey, Southern Fly Guy, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, sorry you didn't catch any fishing yesterday. We didn't really accomplish much. We just went out, got some fresh air. Was some activity. It might have been some shad. I'm leaning towards shad. Maybe juvenile striped bass, but more than likely shad this time of year. Oop. That was a little bit more. I forgot this is like a brand new super glue bottle, so it's pretty eager to come out. Actually, let's make sure we don't have too much on there for the next tie so I don't get super glue all over my hands. We just want that right in front of the bucktail, not on it. So just right on the thread to lock that down. I'm actually going to go ahead and just do that. Wrap over all that thread. And we want this bucktail to be, I'm focusing a lot top and bottom for profile like that. We want it to be sparse. Enough material to where it's, you know, has a presence. But the other thing is we don't want the bucktail to be too compressed. We want it open like this. Even though that looks pretty severe, once you wet it and dry it, it tapers down like this. And when it's in the water under tension, stripping or swinging it naturally, it's going to be having this pretty natural fish-like profile. So this is what it looks like after you wet it. It maintains its shape pretty well. So, and you want it pretty opened up because in the water it collapses slightly. So the more tension we have on it outwards, while still having it, you know, compressed under pressure, kind of opens up and then it'll tighten up in the water. If it's too compressed, then you're not going to have a nice profile in the water. You're kind of robbing yourself of that big bunker profile that you're going for. You know what I mean? Watching Gunner do a small muskie double on YouTube and Mike on my phone on Twitch. There you go. Nice. Very cool. Does Gunner do any fly tying live streams? I don't know if I've ever caught any. I'm sub to his channel. He's a great fly tyer. So we're gonna keep going here. I'm probably gonna add some flash in the mix to spice this up because it's just like yellow or chartreuse I'm using for a lot of the tail. Put that away. That was the lens cap. We don't want to lose that. So I need to get enough material on these ties to where I can just take my thumb and spread it around. Yeah, I remember years ago I was gonna like reach out to him or some other fly tyers and be like, yo, you should stream on Twitch. There's people that watch it, and there's actually, this is back when I was streaming a lot too. Now we're kind of trying to get back on that train. I didn't get to stream much last week, unfortunately, but we're pretty much got a clear schedule from here on out. So even Fishaholics Fishing, Rich on YouTube, he's down in Florida now. He used to be up here, and we fished together once. I was like, dude, you should try out live streaming. And years later, he started doing live streaming on YouTube. Because now live streaming on YouTube is like much more of a thing than it was way, 6-7 years ago. It was in its infancy back then. Nice. Just got to add a little bit. Well, actually, is this enough here? I think it might be. Yeah, we're trying to keep it sparse. You know what I mean? We could definitely start out sparse, especially near the back too. It's a tricky combination of not trying to get too much material, but enough. You know what I mean? A lot of striped bass fly tyers tend to lean on the side of sparseness because it's the sparseness of a fly, like how sparse it is, allowing light to penetrate through it is one of the ways that we try to naturally imitate bait fish, you know what I mean? Doesn't mean we don't tie big bulky flies and stuff, but it's pretty commonplace nowadays, and particularly for striped bass, thanks to people like Kenny Abrams to popularize the idea of trying to imitate what the bait fish looks like in the water and not out of the water is a good, simple way of describing it. A lot of times a bait fish out of the water will have very distinct colors and whatnot. And then when filmed in the water in their natural state, what actually it looks like to a striped bass, for instance, when they see them, is they're pretty much translucent, or they'll be certain hues of color and stuff. But that's part of the natural camouflage that bait fish have built in to give them some chance to survive, because unfortunately these bait fish have like the rough end of the stick. Everything is eating them. Every fish, every bird almost on the bay. We're catching them in nets for bait. I mean, bait fish don't have a very good lifestyle, so they need all the help they can get to try and survive. It's pretty amazing, by the way. It's like you can have so many millions of bait fish spawn and only a small amount make it to maturity, because that's just their purpose in life, is to be consumed. You know what I mean? It's pretty crazy. You don't want to be a bunker in your next life, is what I'm saying. You won't enjoy it. The rabbits and squirrels of the water, yeah. I think squirrels and rabbits got it better, but they get cool little cozy houses where they can eat acorns, but up in your roof somewhere. Yeah, bait fish have a rough time. They'll be literally getting attacked from underneath, being pushed to the surface. So imagine being pushed to the point to where you're almost not breathing, right? Because you're so terrified of what's below you. And then from the top, there's just hundreds of birds raining down. So hopefully they don't have, I'm assuming they don't have too much intelligence, because I would imagine if you could hear them talk, it would just be screams the entire time of terror. Like, fuck. Oh no. Just getting assaulted from every side by fish and birds. The bait fish don't stand a chance. In the fall time, it's crazy. National Geographic levels of stuff going on. So cool. A lot of times you just got to put your fishing rod down, and because you'll just keep catching bass all day till you pretty much can't lift your arms up. So you just sit down and kind of just watch them do their thing. It's pretty cool. Every fish is like 26 to 31 inches or something. Didn't do any fall time fishing last year. We're going to have to travel up to the North Shore this year. Unfortunately, I have like no service up there, so it's like impossible to stream, but I'll definitely record some fishing up there for you guys. Some of the best fishing is up there in the fall. It's crazy. You'll get just pods of like 1 million bay anchovies being pushed up on the beach by false albacore, and then around sunset there'll be a school of striped bass come through, and there'll be like literally 200, 300, 400 keeper-sized striped bass just decimating the bait fish at your feet for hours. They'll just sit in one spot too. Sometimes they move up and down the beach, but sometimes they get into these spots and they just force the bait into like a cove somewhere, and it'll just be hours of psh, 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 just like explosions right at your feet. You can just catch them every cast. So you just sit down, have a cigarette, you're like, holy cow. Because at that point, you're just beating up on them. You might as well just enjoy what they're doing. It's so cool. It's one of my favorite things. Something I think people that live here on the Northeast know about it, but not a lot of people elsewhere. It's like one of the largest migratory patterns of animals in the world is the this like blob of fish, mammals, birds. You know what I mean? Everything that travels up and down the East Coast every year. From like Canada and Maine. They go up there in the summer, back down to the south. rolling on your ankles on peanuts. Oh yeah, it's great surf clam. I've had many experiences like that out here. You know, bluefish back in the day. The bluefish used to chase. Um, oh God, I want to say they were peanut bunker as well, up on the North Shore of Long Island. This is back when I was a kid. Giant bluefish in the fall. Nowadays, it's like a springtime bluefish thing where they come in and tail, whether they're spawning or digesting. But we still get crazy blitzes like that, but that's particularly on the North Shore of Long Island. In the Sound, it's much more relevant. We used to get a lot of South Shore, like on the beaches, blitzes like that. And that still happens, but I mean, I'm talking about mega blitzes, you know what I mean? When I was a kid, you used to have, like back in the 90s, you'd have like a bunch of striped bass roll up on the beach and just go nuts, like middle of the day. But it doesn't really happen as much now. You'll get like smaller schools, or it's like all nighttime stuff, you know what I mean? So, I don't know. They definitely just changed their attitude. It definitely happened more relevant. I mean, much more often back in the day. You get a lot more, particularly on the South Shore, in the summer and fall, but they usually stay further off the beaches now. But there's been some pretty good bites, apparently. I haven't really done any surf fishing because it's much more convenient for me to bay fish where I am locally, but yeah, 2 p.m., yeah, it's the best. I love a good daytime bass blow up, bass blitz. Yeah, do you still get like some good mullet runs down there in Jersey, or? We've been starting to see more mullet every year in the bay around August or September. I don't remember seeing this many mullet. Oh yeah, the peanuts would beach themselves on the Sound with the large blues. Yep. Mm-hmm. That's the same thing that would happen out on the east side of. Same thing, Nelson. Me and my dad, this is before I fly fish, me and my dad would go and we'd buy every single bomber. We'd buy every 2 treble hook bomber we could with wire leaders. And we would just slam bluefish for hours. End up losing a bajillion bombers. But we would go down to Sports Authority and buy every bomber they had in stock. There'd be like 20. We'd go back like 3 times for bluefish. Because even with wire, they bite you off every time, you know? Or not every time, but a lot of times. Because there'd be like 30 of them chasing the one bluefish you hooked. Depends on the location. Yeah, that brings me back. Going and buying all those bombers. Those poor bluefish went around with bombers. Hey, Lima, how you doing? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, that was great, Nelson. By the way, how did your Montauk trip go? Didn't you end up going to Montauk? How'd you make out? Or is that coming up? Let's go ahead and put a little flash on here. Put it on the sides as well. All blues? Gotcha. Hey, Brockbrush Studios, how's it going? How you doing, brother? Change your name, that's awesome. I forgot, I saw you streaming recently. I was like, oh yeah. What's up, dude? How you doing? I was just airbrushing, what do you call it, my Blood Angels yesterday. I don't have my airbrush set up so I can do it on stream, because I'd probably I need like a, what do you call it, a vent and everything like that, but unfortunately clogged it, because I don't have a little cup to mix my paint up coming out of the Citadel pot, so I clogged the tip, of course, like an idiot, because I'm lazy, but now I gotta take it apart and clean it. But how you doing, dude? I hope everything's going good. Wouldn't dare waste those beast flies on them. No. Yeah, you still got the Squimpish hollows, right? Good. Yeah, you can't lose Squimpish hollows, or Though you can fish them with wire. They are pretty durable compared to bucktail. They still get chomped, but not as bad. Yes, yeah. Well, by the way, if anyone is interested in seeing some amazing art, particularly with an airbrush, go check out Brock Brush Studios. He's a friend of the channel. Used to do a lot of. I don't know. Do you still do a lot of? What do you call it? Do you still airbrush lures and stuff like that? Or are you mostly doing like commissioned artworks or something? Loving the fall mackerel comes in live line them for huge cows on the South Jetty. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, our mod Jin was just up in Monomoy fishing the rips off Monomoy and said there were Tinker Macs showing up and stuff like that. We got more hollow ties to do. Gotcha. Yeah. Well, that's awesome. If you guys are interested in checking out some awesome airbrushing on Twitch, go check out Brock. You don't use a fan system with acrylics? No, I know. I'm worried about overspray and stuff like that is the main thing because I have such a small room. But I still use a respirator no matter what because I'm not a fan of inhaling paint in general. But hey, Lima, thank you for the bit. Appreciate that. Doo-doo-ch. It's quite loud. I gotta adjust that. I gotta get back on Stream Labs and adjust some of those. Hey, Jim, coming in with the 39 months with the Prime. Yo, thank you so much. Get some Li Flies hearts in the chat. If you're a follower of the channel on Twitch, you should have the Li Flies heart emote. Hey, Doc, what's going on, dude? Yeah, I made 2 new emotes, also for the folks on YouTube that have memberships, which my buddy Rev has gifted a couple people on YouTube. You should have a couple emotes as well, but I'm trying to make put more emotes up for both Twitch and YouTube. For Twitch, we have like 14 emote slots, so I got a lot of work to do. Where can I get lawn white saddle hackle? Everyone seems to be sold out online. Yeah, Nelson, someone just asked this recently. I've been buying these, like, Whitewater Outfitters, my local shop. You might even be able to get them from them online, but if you can find the Ewing half saddle hackle patches. Now, mind you, this was like $29. This is Long Island prices. I don't know if this is what they retail for, but the Ewing white saddle hackle half patch, and you could see great feathers for like flat wings and stuff like that. You know what I mean? The right sort of stuff we're looking for. It's half a patch cut in half, so you might be able to get the whole ones too, but this is the Ewing ones. And I forget, this is from Waspy. WaspyFly.com. You might even be able to buy it directly. I don't know if you could buy it directly from Waspy, probably not, but if you take a look, you should be able to find some of those saddle patches online. God, my beard is like acting as a material catcher. It's getting a little out of control. We might need to trim it soon. All right. You know what I can do? Oh yeah, let's add some of this angel hair to the bucktail when I tie it in. There we go. Now we're big braining. Yeah, bucktail's a joke these days. I know. Tell me about it. Look, I got every single bucktail that is good enough to be able to tie a hollow fly on my desk right now. And it's from like 5 years of collecting bucktails too. So there's not a whole lot of options here for me to work with, but that's why we're using yellow and chartreuse for the tail right now. I told him, I was like, listen, I ain't got a lot of white bucktail, so I might need to get a little creative here, but I think we could tie some cool beast flies, so that'll hopefully exclamation mark tink, unfortunately. I'll have to retie that on there. I forgot I'm really tight on my thread, so I don't bash myself in the head. Check it out. All right, yeah. That's what I've been using, Nelson. It's been good. I dare you to grow Lawner another 2-inch and trim it and make a fly out of it. Okay. I think we've made a fly with some of my beard hair before. I'm almost certain. Like, I would think that we would have done that by now in the history of this stream, but maybe not. It's not gonna be very. My beard hair. I'm not like a deadly slob where I'm like taking care of my beard very well either. So it's not gonna be the best fly tying material we'll ever see. But we could do that. The magic bread flies. Is that what you're talking about? Of course. The magic bread. Should have known. I forgot about it. All right. That's from my buddy from years ago. My beard was crazy. He like, for some reason, I think I typed the magic beard, but I typed bread. So he like photoshopped a baguette on my chin. And from now on, that was like the magic bread. So that's the inside joke for any of you who are wondering what the hell I was just talking about there. I don't think anybody would have gotten that, so I figured out, what the hell? This is the one thing about beast flies. You have to be pretty careful with your thread control, otherwise it goes south quick. Okay, now we can fold this back. We got a little bit of flash mixed in there too. Bada bing, bada boom. Perfect. Au natural. I just kind of use this as like a guide, if you will, right? Oh, there you go. That's the trick. You got to hold it from the back like that. Perfect. Yeah, I'm sure my buddy still has that photo of a baguette photoshopped on my beard, me holding a fish, and it's like, he took a photo at like night, so I looked like a psychopath, you know what I mean? Oh, hold on, I gotta fold this forward. Got caught there. What do we got going on here? Let's just do this. Gotta wrap it forward so I can fold it back better. Got caught in the hair. Yeah, like this. Look at that. Boosh. Can't go too far back, though. And that thread gets stuck in the tag ends. That's what just happened. And we can fold that forward now. Get a little bit of a start here by hand. Pull this back, and I'm trying to position the hair every time before I get it ready to where it's kind of, we're keeping that large profile top and bottom, you know what I mean, that we're attempting to go for with the bunker imitation, if you will, because this is what we're imitating, a large bait fish. So I kind of hold it like that, and now we can go ahead and wrap this. Yeah, I want to make some animated emotes for sure. I need to look into it. I think that we got some good possibilities there for animated emotes. I don't think there's animated emotes on YouTube yet, but I'm sure there probably will be one day, but for Twitch, that is. All right, not too shabby. Again, we just want to wrap in front. We're essentially building what's called a thread dam. We're like building a dam in front of this wall of bucktail, essentially, to help kind of restrain it slightly, but we still want it to be somewhat of a wild animal when it comes to the flare, you know what I mean? And we can go ahead and hit it with some super glue on that thread to stop it from folding back. I might actually, though, just go a little bit. Oh, don't want to do that. See, I tied on, I wrapped the thread on top of the bucktail there. We don't want that. There we go. We do not want that, because that defeats the whole purpose of tying it forwards and back there. Oh, Jesus, dude, this super glue bottles, you gotta watch out. It's like jumping out of the bottle. It almost got me in the legs. Think we're good? Did I get it on my legs? Okay, well, might have not realized it. I just kind of do that just to kind of... I don't use accelerator either. I just kind of dab that super glue so it dries and squeezes into that thread. We really don't need a lot. We just need a tiny amount to secure the thread. All right. Yeah, just for reference sake, we got a little ways to go on these, huh? Oops. All right. Whew. I need to start spacing them out a little bit too now. Because we really don't need a million ties. We just need enough to help achieve that look we're going for. Also, we're going to try and keep it sparse too. Gluing myself to the chair, yeah. All right, 24-hour stream, subathon, let's go. I'm gluing myself to the chair, chat. And every time we get 20 subs, a ping pong ball machine shoots me in the back of the head. Those are my favorite, the sub goal ping pong balls shooting people in the back of the head thing that streamers have. Just like, it's great. Somebody should do it with a paintball gun. That would really, you'd really start getting subs. You got a paintball gun pointed at the back of your head. It's like, just like breaks the guy's monitor. Thanks for the 5 gifted subs. All right, let's tie this. It would be genuinely hilarious. You'd probably get some good Twitch clips out of that. You might go viral. But you probably end up in the hospital. I don't know if they'd allow that. I wonder what the point of Twitch, like, you can shoot ping pong balls at the back of your head for subs, but I wonder where they draw the line. Airsoft guns? Probably too much. Can you have somebody throw Legos at you? Like shoot Legos at you? So there's like a minefield of Legos on the floor and you have to be barefoot the whole time. Whenever you go to the bathroom, you have to get up. All right, we can get 10 gift subs. We're going to drop 5,000 Legos on the ground and I have to roll over it. Like when does Twitch step in on for that? I don't know. I guess you got to look at the fine print. Arguably, the Legos are probably worse than the paintball gun, to be fair. They'd be like, he's gone too far. He's stepping on Legos. The self-harm. Oh, God. All right. We're going to build our thread dam here. Yeah, I think Hutch has who's a like FPS gaming streamer on Twitch, has a thing that shoots ping pong balls at the back of his head. It always cracks me up. I don't think I would ever go that far, though. Never say never, though. You never know. Might end up having ping pong balls shot at me through a machine one day for bits. You never know. Alright. Dude, it is starting to get hot in my room with all these lights. The PC's going. I fired up my AC after having it like covered all year and everything, and unfortunately it does not seem to be working. I don't know what's going on. Either I gotta clean it out or it's shot, but it was like a brand new AC. Even put a cover on it and everything, but I don't know what's going on with it. It's about time I start using that thing, though. It's starting to get hot up in New York. You didn't really think it would, but man, it gets pretty steamy up here at times during the summer. Not looking forward to 90-degree days without an AC, so I gotta fix this thing. It's non-negotiable. I have to figure out what's going on with that. It'll be coming soon. It's been hot. I wouldn't be surprised. Probably in like the mid to upper 70s right now. Probably getting close to 80 or something at some point. It's like very humid. All right. All right. I gotta start spacing them apart some more too. I said that, but you gotta do that. The reason why I'm using this yellow is I really don't have any. I don't have a ton of good white bucktail for this, so I'm trying to use this lighter fluorescent color for the back, which is not the worst thing in the world, having a fluorescent chartreuse back section and then going some white for the belly and a darker chartreuse for the front or something, Let's go ahead though. I gotta get the right position for this. Yeah, that looks good. Definitely gotta space it apart a little because I'm not trying to do 5 million hollow ties here, so as fun as that does sound, try and keep it down to like 15 maybe or 10 or something. Respectable. I really just do like 2 or 3 wraps. That way I can use my thumb here and kind of spread it around evenly. Might have needed to add a little bit more, which I probably will. I'm still trying to estimate how much I need in one shot. Okay, I'll let you know, Lima. Yeah, I got to get out to the post office this week, so we got to ship out a couple packages for everybody. I'll let you know, though. I usually send a tracking number if I have it to everybody. I might not, though, actually, because I've been sending them in envelopes, but we'll see. I'll let you know, though. Usually only takes a couple days up here in the Northeast. Yeah, I gotta go run to the post office at some point this week. Go drop those off. We used to do bubble mailers, but it was getting super pricey, so we started figuring out we can put them in envelopes, so saved me a ridiculous amount of money. But I don't know if we get tracking, so doing that. Obviously not, so. No worries, no worries. So again, I'm trying to match, we got that top and bottom profile. So before I get serious with wrapping it, I usually try and, you'll see me like kind of try and get the bucktail positioned on the sides and top and bottom to where they're going to sit properly and the material's like evenly spread, We want to make sure this hair is pulled back too so we don't wrap on it by accident. Just in case we weren't perfectly even there when folding it back. Again, before I start wrapping it, I try to get it set up right. So then we just build our thread wall or a dam here in front of the bucktail. Oh no, we ain't got no marble race tonight. That's the last Friday of the month. Oh yeah. Well, you're gonna put that little mackerel grocery deceiver to use. I think you'll find it'll be looking good. This is where I want to use by hand here. I kind of want to level it up. Again, looking good. But by hand, I can kind of get a little bit more precise thread wrapping for that final. Looking good though. Just do a little bit more just to secure it for that super glue that we're going to put down. And not spill it all over myself. I'll go ahead and wrap forward for now. Stiffen up that monofilament. I always try to get a little, obviously, mono down because you need something for that thread to bite into. This monofilament is pretty slick on its own, so having some thread on there gives you like a canvas to work with, you know what I mean? You can see that profile that we're going to get once this thing is actually in the water. At least that's the idea, that is. I'm always amazed when I take this and actually swim one. It's just, it blows my mind every time. They look so good in the water, man. It's crazy. It's pretty wild. But again, we want to keep them sparse. So we're doing good. Let's keep it nice and sparse so we don't have too much material on there. Okay, well, yeah, we'll take a look. I usually try to try and find somebody who's doing some fishing related stuff. Luckily, there's so many people. But yeah, we'll take a look once I get done. So I don't know how long we're gonna be streaming. Probably for a while if I'm tying some beast flies. I would like to at least get the tails of each of them done, and then this is gonna take a little while to do this, but yeah, I'll keep that in mind. We'll take a look when we're ready. Well, we ain't there yet for a while. Which, luckily, there's actually a ton of people that do fishing content now on Twitch. There were a lot less back in the day. Gotcha. Roger, roger. Thank you. So again, I'm just going to add a little bit more here. I want it to be sparse, but I also, again, want enough material for this thing to show off, you know what I mean? And I'm also spreading those ties out a little, so we're starting to cover a little bit more ground. We can add a teeny bit more, but still keeping it, you know, essentially where we can see through it. You can see my hand through the material. That's kind of the whole idea, right? We don't want too much material. We want it to be translucent. Have you tied up a smaller version of the beast fly? And if so, what would be the smallest you would go with if you were to tie one up? I mean, you could tie like a 5 or 6 inch one, Doc, just for fun. The problem is, I don't know. I find it's harder to tie like smaller beast flies. You know what I mean? And get the proportions right. It's almost easier when they're larger and using lawn or bucktail and stuff. I think it's personally trickier to tie smaller beast flies and have them look really good. It's also, you like are trying to taper the bucktail, right? So you get the right length and stuff, but did I get caught on the, pushed it back too far again, is what we learned. I got caught on the tag end. Yeah. Let's fix that real quick. Mildly annoying, but that's okay. I've tried tying smaller beast flies, and it's tough, honestly, to get them to look like banging. Yeah, you don't see people tie them a lot either, because I guess you really don't need to, but, I mean, I think it would just be a pimped out version of, like, a bucktail or, like, a regular hollow fly. You know what I mean? I guess a regular hollow fly accomplishes it, but I don't see why you can't, you know? We could always try and tie a smaller one at some point. But yeah, personally, I find it's tough to get that classic beast profile, and particularly, like, I don't know, it's particularly tying smaller hollow flies in general too. It's sometimes tough finding like smaller bucktail that's soft enough. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, I hate wasting long bucktail on and cutting it short. You know what I mean? Because you end up just wasting like that 5-6 inch hair, that 4 inch bucktail hair. So if you have like a smaller tail with nice soft hair, I think you could probably do it. But the other thing is also I think the hair needs to be a certain length for it to really kind of benefit from being tied to hollow fly. But that's something we should experiment with, is tying smaller beast flies. And I think they could be nice. It might end up just being like a luxury fly, you know what I mean? Like you really, or it might even look, who knows, it might look 10 times better. But yeah, I think there's not like a 7-8 inch beast fly is pretty reasonable. Those are like, this was like 9 inches or something like that. And this is still pretty, it's like 9, or I think this is around 9 inches, maybe 10. Because we really went short on the first tie. And the back hair doesn't have too much material on it. Or it's a shorter color we used. If anyone's tied smaller beast flies, or now's a good time, share your smaller beast flies and hollow flies in the Discord, and I'll take a look. Yeah, usually the smaller hair is a lot stiffer, right? It's just something you find. I don't know if it's certain, particularly wild deer tails, like wild white-tailed deer that we have up here in Long Island. Their hair is very long and they're very soft a lot of times. It's also a lot of bucktails you get are farm-raised deer, and their hair isn't as soft or long as the wild whitetails. So, and like I said, nobody wants to sacrifice really nice hair, but yeah, it seems like it depends. I've had tails from does and bucks that I wonder if I feel like the does have the longer, softer hair, but I think they both, any wild whitetail generally has pretty decent hair for the most part on a bucktail compared to a farm raised deer. From what I've found personally, you know what I mean? From those side of the road bucktails that you find. But and from hunting buddies and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. We should try it, I guess. I gotta look and see if I have any smaller bucktails that have suitable hollow fly material. Like that are soft enough that could work for something like that. Something like that. Honestly, I'm probably not gonna end up. I obviously there's a gap I left myself to tie to the hook, but I gotta see how long I actually want to make this. The other thing is, I think I need to wrap more on top here. Because that's a little... Try and favor that side slightly up top. There we go. And then pull this back out because that got compressed a little. Yeah, see that one right there. I need to make sure I have enough thread right there. It's kind of an awkward slope. I probably didn't get the angle perfectly right when I folded it back, so this is what you get. This is why you gotta... I mean, it's such a little minor nuance, but for me, it's like... Not bad at all, but... I'm like, I want it perfect. Okay. That's fine. It's such a minor, like, it's slightly a little bit higher up on this one. It's perfectly fine, but I'm like, get in there. Let's coat that real quick. Right on the edge. Okay. Prepare another section of bucktail. And I got to figure out what point I want to add some white. So also, let's just get a little update. Let's see what sort of length we're dealing with here. You know what I mean? What do we got going on so far? God, we got a ways to go if I'm going the whole way, huh? Honestly, I got to space them apart even more. You know what I mean? This one we might do just a little shorter like this. That's about the length that I'm going for. So yeah, we just got to keep going. They're a little bit of a process. I think we could space it out probably a little more, you know, another 10, 20 millimeters or something. Not that I'm just going off eyeballing. Definitely space it out slightly more. I should also add a little bit of flash in there too, shouldn't I? We're going to end up with angel hair and bucktail everywhere by the end of the stream, but that's okay. It's inevitable. It's bound to happen. So again, we want to keep it sparse, and we're going to move up with the mono. What if you put a small clear bead in between? Yeah, you certainly could. There's people that make things like Rupert Harvey flies in the UK make something called the beast fly cone. So it's like a little flexible or 3D printed cone you put to help splay open the material. But I haven't done it personally, but I think I've seen people do stuff like that. Maybe we should try it sometime. You're going to add weight and stuff to it for sure, but that might affect the way the fly swims in a positive way for all I know. You could definitely go with like some fluorescent orange beads in between. You want to make sure the beads though don't compress over the bucktail, right? So you'd have to have them like, I guess you'd put them behind the bucktail or something and fold it back and tie it. I don't know, and that would help push it. You'd have to mess around with it. It's something you could try though, or maybe one day we'll try. I'm going to add a little bit more to the bottom here. We've done stuff like that before-ish with like the articulated flies and stuff, you know. I don't think I've ever tried it with a beast fly. Put in a bead in between ties. Might be interesting. Thread dam both sides? Yeah, you could do that. Or you could, yeah, I'm trying to think how you'd do it. We'd have to experiment. Let me know if you try something like it. Let me know how it works. I'm curious. The thing is, these are, you know, the whole point of these are you tie them sparse with natural material on a piece of mono to keep not only like, because they're somewhat wind resistant naturally because of just what you're dealing with, you know, quite a large fly. So the whole point of these is we're trying to reduce weight and make it easier to cast a large fly that is still looks great but easy enough to cast, you know, to where you could fish and not get fatigued. So you don't want to add too much weight to it and stuff, but yeah, we'd have to try it. Yeah, the castability, you know. The weight, the wind resistance, how much it weighs when you just pick it up out of the water to recast it, you know, certain things like that. This one, I'm just going to need to do this. So those tag ends were getting stuck on the thread, screwing me up. Oh, I'm 3D printing some Vanguard vets right now. I forgot. I got to print 2 prints of jump packs and torsos with legs. And then I got the storm shields and the lightning claws and the heads. Is that it? I think so. So I got to do one. So I got to do 3 3D prints for 10 Vanguard veteran proxies, essentially, for Warhammer. I got one that's done right now. So I got to take it out, wash it in alcohol, cure it, set up the next print, yada, yada, yada. Takes a little while, but if you're playing poor hammer like me, that's how you do it, so. You could 3D print with the 3D printer out, the same little bead thing like he sells. Yeah, I use a resin printer. I think he's using FDM printers. The problem is with resin stuff is, I think once it's cured, it's fine, but there's certain resins that seem to lose structural integrity when you get them wet. Plus, I don't know if I necessarily want to even be fishing with stuff like this because the resin is not necessarily good until you cure it. It's kind of toxic. So I think you want to use an FDM printer for parts like that, for fishing parts. I use a resin printer for miniatures because it has a higher detail and stuff like that for like printing like a 3D printed army. But for structural integrity and stuff like that, that's where FDM printers that use a spool of filament. I use a vat of resin, and it uses 3D light like our UV resin that we use for flies, and it cures pixel by pixel. It may take 3,000 flashes of the light to do 3,000 layers of pixels to complete a tank, for instance, or something. You know what I mean? Or part of a tank from top to bottom. I wouldn't mind getting an FDM printer one day for not only printing stuff like that, like useful like brackets and jigs for fabricating. You could do all sorts of cool stuff, but you can also print very large things like a freaking castle or something. You know what I mean? Print lures with them. Yep. Yeah. There's a lot of fishing stuff on Cult and my mini factory that I use for 3D prints. Especially on Cult, you'll find all sorts of fishing lures and stuff like that you can print out. I think you can use a resin printer for some of this stuff. Probably also depends what resins you use. They have water-soluble resins, which I never used. Because they're like, oh, it's water washable. You're totally fine. I'm like, nah, I'm still not touching that stuff with my hands. And not only that, I don't want to wash it down the drains. So something tells me that stuff isn't good. So I think they have certain resins that you can use, just how we use resin in the water, you know, and fishing lures and surfboards, for instance, like Solares. But a lot of the resins that you use in like the miniature printing stuff, the world that I'm in for 3D printing is, I don't know if you can use it in like water like that, or if it has the structural integrity to withstand like a giant striped bass smacking a lure. You know what I mean? I'm also not necessarily like too much of a fan of like those fly cone things that Rupert Harvey has. I like that. That's a great idea. But like a 3D printed fish head or something that you just put on the fly, I'm not really a fan of those sort of things. You know what I mean? Personally, like foam is one thing for like a popper head, but I'm not a fan of like a big chunk of plastic on the end of my fly. Like even they have those fish skulls and things like that to finish off a fly. They're nice, but I'd rather have like material on there, you know what I mean? And build the head with regular material. The only time you'll see me do stuff is where I'm using like foam for poppers for the buoyancy and like chugging or something, you know, because we need that popper face. But when it comes to like sinking flies, I'm not really a fan of like, you know, the most extreme thing you'll see me do is a pop lip, which we make the lip ourselves, right? I know they have those like fly lip things, but I don't think I would use them. That's just me personally. I'd rather, you know, go with natural material. Also, plastic becomes pretty cumbersome when casting, especially when you start getting to larger saltwater fly sizes. Like if we had a bunch of plastic integrated into this fly, I mean, we would just have way more weight in general because the weight of like, you know, plastic bits is and it also might affect the density and stuff, right, too, on how it swims. But I don't know, we'll have to try it out. I like to keep them pretty natural most of the time, but all right, let's keep these ties going. I want to finish this tail and then we could take a break. I need to stand up and like stretch. Oh, it's getting hot here. I need to go take a hookah lounge break, get some fresh air. Whew. I do want to tie some white here in it at some point, but Yeah, I would have never been able to. I would have never gotten into wargaming if I had to buy all the models. I love I love 3D printing. I enjoy the painting and stuff like that, you know. So it works out. I'm not really a fan, especially with Warhammer, putting together models. That stuff takes forever for me, but I enjoy some of it, but God, it's a chore when you have to put together like 20 plastic miniature dudes and they all have arms and legs, and I'd rather just 3D print that any day of the week. I'd rather spend more time painting them. Though generally the real thing that you get from Games Workshop, they're way nicer prints, I mean, way nicer models and everything, and more intricate and this and that, but I'm broke. So I 3D print my army. I ain't got GW money, that's for sure. I'm not their preferred customer, I'd say. Broke boy. Alright. Oh, I'm telling you, dude, you want to spend some money, get into Warhammer. Buy 2,000 points. And you have your credit card company hitting you up. What's going on here? Why are you addicted to plastic crack now? Like my buddy Rev. Now he gets up in the morning, he says like a Imperial Guardsman creed probably while he's brushing his teeth. He's deep. He's deep in the guard. They got him good. It's all my fault. They got him good. He's like, ooh, look at all these shiny plastic things I can buy and put together and paint intricately. No. Well, it's fair. I'm happy he went with real models because I would not want to have to print out a whole nother army. I already am, but he's got a lot of stuff in the guard. I would not want to have to print all that. So I'm glad he's got the real deal. Plus, they look sick, so his army looks amazing. Sometimes the 3D printed models it's tough. You really gotta scour and look for some good ones. But anyways, enough of that nonsense. Beast flies. The never-ending beastfly tales of Narnia. Non-stop bucktail hollow tying forever. Oh, you want a 12-inch fly that's easy to cast? Well, I hope you have $30 in bucktail. No wonder why people are charging $30, $40, $50 for these. You probably got to buy 5 $30 bucktails or something. $25 bucktails from Primo bucktail distributors. Just the tie one. My option? All yellow tails. Get wrecked. I mean, there's nothing wrong with a nice chartreuse tail on a big bunker fly. I think Lefty Cray would probably not have a problem with this, if you ask me. If it ain't chartreuse, it ain't no use. Man was a legend. Been seeing a bunch of Lefty Cray clips. I think Flip Palette was posting them or somebody. Old school video stuff. It's pretty cool. These post-its don't make the best thing to tie on there, or use to wipe that, huh? Probably should have realized that, but again, get that profile looking good. Make sure it's where we want it before we move on. The never-ending story of the beastfly. Thank God I had all this yellow bucktail, because we would have been probably lawing out a white a while ago if we started with that. Definitely splitting the ties up a little bit. Let's make sure this doesn't get compressed too much. We do want it opened up quite a bit. That's where all the magic happens. Yeah, I really need to get some way. Just get like some plastic straws or something to like harder straws to straighten this mono in. The lighter works, but it'd be great to get it like perfectly straight, you know. Whew, it's getting hot in here. It is getting hot in here. By the way, beautiful, beautiful lawn bucktail. What a great tail this is. I think my my buddy and our good friend, Yo, It's Okay, our moderator, bought like a state of bucktail and or state of fishing and fly tying stuff from someone up in the Northeast, and he got or somewhere, and got amazing bucktails, and he was like, you can have a couple, and I grabbed like the the creme de la creme. I'm like, I'm tying hollow flies with these. You ain't using this shit. Yoink. So shout out to him. I've had this bucktail forever, waiting for the right opportunity. Hey, Gabe. How you doing? Nice. Yeah, I remember he had like an estate sale or something. I was like, damn, whoever this was, like, definitely was tying some really nice striped bass stuff, because they had primo. This is, I believe, a Saltwater Edge bucktail, because back in the day, Saltwater Edge, I don't know where they were getting their bucktails, but crazy bucktails you'd see from Saltwater Edge. Like some of the nicest hollow fly bucktails I've ever seen were coming out of Rhode Island there. So I don't know where Pete was getting those, but damn, they were some nice tails back then. They still might, I don't know. I think there was a time where they had like primo stuff. I don't know if he had any rods or reels. He might have gotten some rods or reels out of it. It might have been more trout stuff. You know what I mean? Like an older gentleman. I think he got some rods and reels, but it might have just been fly tying stuff. I don't know. Oh, one day when I go, all this will go to somebody. I'm sure somebody will get all this crap that I've been storing up over the years. Hopefully it's not for a while, but there is a insurmountable amount of fly tying material I have here. There's a lot of it, you know, you might use for one thing, but that's it, and you end up having like feathers for like 20 years in a bag. Bucktails, weird colors I never used that I've just had since like 2000 that are still good. Feathers, whatever. So one day somebody's going to get a giant collection of crap fly tying material from me. But I promise you that there probably won't be many good bucktails in there. They'll probably be mostly used. Because I am a fiend for good bucktail. Alright, that is looking decent. Looking good. We're spacing it out a little. Spacing it out just a little bit. Give myself a little room, you know what I mean? Again, always hit that thread with a little super glue. It just gives you that much more security on this fly that you end up spending generally a little bit of time on, I'd say, to say the least. I think even if I wasn't streaming right now, it still takes me relatively the same amount, because this is not a fly that I tie in mass production. You know what I mean? Fly I rarely tie in general. So it does take a little bit of time, because I'm not a super proficient in tying without my hand, without my vise, but not bad. I've done this enough to where it's actually kind of fun tying like this sometimes. I don't think I would do this all the time, but it is fun to break out of the vise and just use your hands. By the way, this would probably make a great duster. You know what I mean? This is for a local fly shop owner. I don't tie beast flies for custom orders, but the local fly shop owner who's bought flies from me since I was in high school and helped me out, he asked me, he had a friend that did something, whatever, helped him out, and he was like, hey, I need a couple beast flies. So I was like, all right, for you, I will break out. But I told him, I was like, listen, I ain't got a ton of white bucktail, so I might need to get creative, so we'll see. Worst case, I just have some cool beast flies for myself if he doesn't want them. But let's add a little flash at this point, I'd say. It's been a little while. We need to go back to where we last tied and tie some in. As much as I would love to tie something like this for private orders, they just take so long, dude. I think I would get burnt out, like, tying hundreds of these. But maybe not. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's the way to go. There's also some really amazing fly tyers that kind of fill this market when it comes to the big bucktail stuff, particularly someone like Andrew's Custom Flies. Andrew Warshaw. He's amazing beast fly tyer. But really the hard thing is just having access to good quality bucktail regularly, right? You know? It's really the tricky thing. You need to like get some bucktail connects. Looking for that good bucktail. But anyways, I hope everyone's having a great day. Has anyone done anything interesting or anything cool happen recently? I'm just sitting here blabbing about bucktail and stuff. If anyone has any questions about fly tying or whatnot or fishing, always feel free to ask. But if not, maybe everyone's just kind of chilling, lurking. Hope you folks are having a great day. It's pretty nasty this morning. I told you it was yesterday we went fishing. It was like the weather was pretty nasty. I knew it was going to rain, but it rained pretty hard last night. I think around like 2 a.m. And then stopped, and now it's like steaming outside. But it was good we got some rain. I went yesterday and went around our garden in the back, and we have just strawberries growing everywhere. They're almost like wild at this point. But it's from us having strawberry bushes or plants, and then over the years, just they kind of took over. The birds were eating them too, and probably pooping out seeds everywhere or pulling seeds to the ground, so the birds eat them, whatever, bugs. So we just have like 1 million strawberries growing in my backyard. So I went around and like we have this like small fencing, so I had to go through every once in a while. You have to go through and like pull the strawberries up to where they're not sitting on the ground so slugs and things don't get them, you know. I don't mind if like yesterday I actually saw a blue jay come and grab a strawberry, but I don't mind if the birds do it. But I don't want slugs chomping all over my strawberries. But there's probably going to be, at least 300-400 strawberries we're going to get. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot back there. It's like half my backyard is strawberries, which I love. And I know the, what do you call it? Like, we don't have a lot of grass. We have mostly like gardens in my backyard. It's not a very big backyard, but the animals love it, dude. I probably got garter snakes patrolling my garden. I can't even see because there's just so many strawberry plants. Probably like lizards and stuff running around. Who knows? It wasn't until recently we started seeing lizards. In particular, anole lizards, which I'm assuming just have gotten out from people because you get them at the carnival and stuff. That's the classic lizard. That was my first lizard I had as a kid. When I was into reptiles, is when you go to the carnival, they have anole lizards, which are like from Florida and stuff. And we've been starting to see anole lizards, and like, I think we do have skinks natively and stuff like that. But every year we're starting to see like lizards and stuff, a lot more lizards than I ever would see in the past. I don't know if because like temperatures are changing and whatnot. But clearly, I don't think that a knoll lizard migrated up here. I think that was like someone got it and then released it or something, or it escaped. But every once in a while, I see lizards in my backyard chilling on my my bricks and stuff. That's pretty cool. So I'm sure I got like garter snakes and lizards and stuff patrolling my strawberry garden. Gonna make jam? Nah, man. We just eat them. I love fresh strawberries. So good. I don't like doing anything with them, you know what I mean? I like nice like tart fresh strawberries. I don't like them where they're too sweet. Flamingos in Cape Cod. What? Really? Did they migrate up there? How's it going, Alfred? Where do flamingos... Aren't flamingos down in like Tierra del Fuego and stuff? Aren't they down in South America, if I'm not wrong? Flamingos? Wow, that's awesome. I know we get I think they call them ibises, African ibises or whatever. Very, very cool birds. You see some interesting stuff, but flamingos I've never heard of. Ah, Florida. Okay, gotcha. They're from Florida. Okay. I thought they were further. I mean, there might be more flamingos, I guess, but wow, that's pretty cool. I've never heard of flamingos in Cape Cod. That must have been a fun sight to see. I think seeing a pelican up here would probably be cool enough, but let alone like a flock of flamingos or something. Yeah, we're seeing all sorts of different stuff for sure. Pretty interesting. Tell you what I would love to see more of is more snakes, man. I love snakes. I would love to see. We have the hognose, or not the hognose. What's it called? Yeah, I think it's a hognose. It looks like a viper or something, but it's not. It's like a protected species up here in the Pine Barrens, but then again, snakes are pretty good at hiding, so I've caught many a garter snakes and stuff when I was a kid in the past, but you never really see like any king snakes and things like that. I'm surprised. I didn't even know we had snakes like that till I was a kid and we were driving out in the Hamptons and giant like 6-7 foot black snake crossed the road, which those are the big black king snakes, I think they are. Really cool snakes. Never found one. I guess like this is the sort of time of year where you go around flipping stuff looking for snakes. I used to do stuff like that when I was a kid, particularly salamander hunting. You put them back. You don't do anything. You just find them and put them back. But that's what we used to do when I was a kid. I think in the spring or in the summer, we would go and look for salamanders, and they would just be everywhere. So cool. Find some big ones, too. Yeah, we used to love going looking for salamanders. That was like something I did all the time when I was a kid with my friends. You'd go and flip. I'm trying to get this like perfectly positioned, this thread, but go flipping logs and stuff. You got to be careful though, because you don't want to hurt them, right? So you'd have to like be very careful and end up flipping it and just letting them crawl back in there because you didn't want to disturb them too much. But that was a lot of fun. Right next to my house used to all be woods, and now it's freaking green grass backyards from construction and stuff. Used to be full of salamanders. Now it's all full of people who party on the weekends that sound like they're from New Jersey or something. God damn it. I like the salamanders better. Saw 2 pelicans in the lake we fished last week. Really? Where? Out in Arizona? I guess that's not the weirdest in the world, but still. Maybe migratory, like maybe moving across the U.S. or something. I don't think I've ever seen a pelican in New York. I don't think they're supposed to be up here, but I feel like that's the sort of random bird that you would see nowadays. Just a random pelican. Make sure this is actually folded back enough to where it's still got some nice action to it. I went a little sparse on that last one, a little too sparse, but that's okay. Manatees in the Cape? No way. They really actually had manatees? Like, what are we talking about? How long ago? I gotta do some research into that. Really? I actually learned about a extinct animal, the Stellar sea cow. Very, very cool animal. Very similar to manatees, but they were out in the ocean. I forget where they were. Somewhere near some island somewhere. And unfortunately, they killed every single one of them for not only food, they said they tasted good, but also for their fat, for oil and stuff. But amazing, like, oceanic manatees, essentially, that were huge. We're talking about, like, 30-foot long or something. Yeah, and they were like, oh, they're still around. People are saying they saw them up in, like, either Alaska or, like, Norway or places, but more than likely still extinct. But, and I love Forrest Galante, that guy, but he's like, that's his sort of thing, is like, whoa, extinct animals that might not be extinct. He's a cool dude, though. I like his stuff. Yeah. Apparently there was some controversy stuff, like he said he like went and found extinct animals, but there were scientists that like officially found them or something. But he's a very hyped up sort of YouTube sort of animal dude, you know. But I do love his content. You know, he's super passionate about it. But it is very like sensationalized sort of stuff. But does the thylacine still exist? Who knows? Out in Tasmania somewhere. More than likely that thing is not still alive, but I mean, who knows? You really never know. How cool would it be that if there was still a Tasmanian tiger running around somewhere in Tasmania or Guinea somewhere? It has to be somewhere where there's no dingoes. They found if there's dingoes, that was one of the main things that killed the thylacine, was the introduction of dingoes, because they're more evolutionarily evolved to outcompete the thylacine at the time. The dingo was just far superior pack animal that could just dominate the land. So anywhere where there's dingoes, there's probably no thylacines. But I'm pretty sure in Tasmania there's no dingoes in a lot of parts. He was on Naked and Afraid, Forrest Galante, really? Is that where, like, he got his start or something, or? Because I don't even really know, like, does he have, like, an academic background? I'm not even certain. But, I didn't know he was on Naked and Afraid. Oh, God. When that show first came out, it was, like, pretty entertaining, but then I, like, stopped having a cable box, too, and I kind of got over that sort of stuff. It just became people complaining most of the time. It was very rare you saw, like, two people that would get along. Yeah, he is an actual wildlife biologist. Yeah, I thought so. But why wouldn't you go on Naked and Afraid, right? He's definitely that sort of guy, right? For sure. But I think he was built for like entertainmentship and showmanship. You know what I mean? Which is if he's spreading the word of conservation and stuff like that, I absolutely love it. I think he's very entertaining. I'm sure there's probably some people that are like, "Oh, this guy," when they come to like from an academic point of standard or like scientific. But you know what? It's all right. The man's excited about turtles. Let him like turtles. Now he's got a really great YouTube channel, so you should check it out. I think he just like went to some dude's reptile backyard, some like guy's house, where he had like he had like alligators and caimans and this and that. It was pretty cool. But it was kind of like a rescue center, if you will. Sort of deal. Yeah, I think I told you folks, I got an iguana from the carnival, the local carnival that the fire department puts on every year, right? That's where I got my anole lizard in the past, and I don't really recommend getting animals from carnivals. They're probably barely treated acceptably. I'm sure half of them die, but anyways, this is in the 90s. I was a kid. I didn't know as much about this. But so we got an iguana, all right, from the carnival. Keep the iguana. It's growing big. It's growing big. Next thing you know, it's almost like 4 foot long. Almost too big for the tank. So we're like, all right, this is getting a little ridiculous, so we need to figure something out. So went to my 4th grade teacher at the time, who also helped me improve my fly casting. He was like the coolest teacher of all time. Super into animals, loved fly fishing too. He was like just like my favorite teacher. And what do you call it? He had buddies that worked at like the Brooklyn Zoo. So we contacted them. I forgot. I think we brought our iguana to him, and then he went out and he dropped off my iguana. And apparently the iguana grew to like, I don't even know, like 8 or 9 foot long. Like I'm talking about massive. Like the tail was probably half the size, right? But we're talking about like a full, I don't even know, like full adult size iguana or whatever. Just a massive iguana. And it was like, it's just living at the Brooklyn Zoo. Just like a gigantic iguana that came from a carnival in the Hamptons and then ended up living in the Brooklyn Zoo. How cool is that? I don't know if he's still alive or what. I have no idea. I remember it happened as a kid. It was just like a funny thing. He knew somebody and they were like, yeah, we'll take the iguana. A gigantic iguana, sure. So that was a cool story. I don't even know if he's like on display or what, or who knows. He might have just been chilling somewhere or something, or who knows. They're like, yeah, sure, we'll take him. Because you're like, oh, this is great. Cool, we got an iguana. He's cool. And then next thing you know, you're like, oh my God, this thing is like, how did it get so big so fast? It was massive. It was crazy how big it was. I don't know what like their final length that they can grow to, but what they told us, like this thing got massive. Very, very long iguana. So I always find that funny. One of the lucky ones. He made it out. Carnival iguana. Probably if you wanted to be somewhere, right? As a pet reptile, it'd probably be at a zoo. I'm assuming like a very well accredited zoo. It's probably like if you want to be somewhere other than in the wild, living your best life, it's probably at a zoo. I'm assuming. 1.5 meters or 5 feet in masses, with a maximum length of 6.6 feet. Yeah, I think it got up to around like 6 foot or something like that. It was big. Now, the majority of that is like the tail, right? The tail is like super long. But I think it was about 4 foot when we got rid of him, if I'm not wrong. And I'm pretty sure he got up to like around 6 foot from what we heard, which is pretty damn big. That's an iguana that's literally as tall as I am. Just to give you an idea, it's pretty big. You know what I mean? All right. I've been working on this one piece forever, I feel like. Are we about ready to tie this thing on there? Maybe one more tie? Yep. Yep, one at an amusement park. And then he gets to go and like just chill out at the Brooklyn Zoo, probably get fed like a luxurious diet of crickets and vegetables and fruits or something, you know. Just chilling, hanging out, sunbathing in Brooklyn, which by the way, it gets pretty goddamn hot, or in the Bronx, it gets pretty goddamn hot out there in the summertime. Probably a nice spot for an iguana. Just sitting on the rocks. Yeah, I wonder if he's still there. I don't know how long they lived to. Who knows? It was a cool story nonetheless. I kind of wish I ended up learning more, but we didn't, you know, stopped seeing that teacher because I moved on to a different grade, and then didn't know the guy who worked at the zoo, so who knows. But it would have been cool to find out. Like an official record. Call back, be like, yo, what up? How's my boy doing? He's probably dead by now, I hate to say it, but that was a while ago. You never know, he might still be alive. Maybe they lived to like 50, 60 years. I know some reptiles have crazy lifespans, so it might not be unreasonable that the iguana is still chilling right now. He's like the king of the iguanas at the Bronx Zoo or something. I forget if it was the Brooklyn or the Bronx. I want to say it was the Bronx Zoo, but who knows? It was a long time ago. Hopefully he's doing all right. 20 years? Yeah, he's unfortunately probably passed by now. Rest in peace. But he lived a good life, I'm sure. I think we had him for like... And I've had so many different reptiles over the years from being a kid, but... I think we had him for like 4 or 5 years or something, or 6 years. Like, he was living with us for a while, and then we were like, dude, this is... He's like, he's not stopping and growing in length. He's only getting larger, so we got to figure something out. I think this is good. I think we got our tail completed here. This is enough. I think this should be enough hollow ties to give this some great action in the water. That is. Alright, holy cow, this fly takes forever, dude. These flies take forever. Let's see, I might need one more collar, actually, but... We're gonna end up tying it something like this. So I could stop it around here, right? It still gives us pretty big fly, but I think if maybe one more tie, we'll just get... That'll probably put us right about 11 inches and so in size. Maybe now we do an all white one. Yeah. Now we do an all white one. For the transition. From that nice fluorescent yellowish color to a little bit more subtle colors. Again, I wish I had all white bucktail for this back section. I like doing them in white, but that's right. Man, it is so hot right now. I'm going to have to take a quick little break after this. It is... I need to get some fresh air. It's steaming in here. This mono is slipping. My hands are sweating like crazy. Well, that's good. At least I know I can like lose a pound or two while tying beast flies. Not very often you can say you can do that. Definitely a physical fly. For sure. I'd say it's more just due to the heat, but... Okay, very nice, very nice. So just make sure this is wrapped evenly, top and bottom. And fold it back. And huzzah, it only took us, oh my god, 2 hours to tie the tail section. This is why I don't tie these professionally. Because I'm not very fast at it. And I guess if I did, I would probably have to charge $100 per one to actually make some money, but It's all right. We'll stick to surf candies. You know what I mean? Now you can get pretty efficient with these, I bet. I bet you Andrew ties these pretty quick by now because he's done so many, but definitely does take a little time. It's a little bit of an investment tying these, for sure. I'd say. Without a doubt. Build up our thread wall, if you will. Our thread dam. See if I can do some of this by hand to kind of really get that. I want to make sure that bucktail lays down the way I want it to. Redo that. That's fine. Going to be a pain. Man, I really got that. Oh, okay, that's probably why. Gotta fix that. There we go. Got wrapped inside. It's because my right bobbin's spinning all over the place. Definitely takes a little while, but should be worth the results. Okay. Now we should be able to tie this on the hook. That's where we need a whip finish on here. Whew, man, I'm sweating like crazy right now. It's so hot in here. It's wild. Make sure this is kind of opened up the way we like. I kind of wish I went a little sparser on the tail section, but it's fine. All in all, it worked out pretty good. It's a little bit more, a little bit poofier in the back than it is in the front section, but let's hit this with a little super glue right here. Make sure this thread doesn't come undone on here. A little bit of a fail. Got super glue all over my hands, but that's okay. All right. Holy cow. Jeez Louise, Papa Cheese. Doing that for an hour. Or, I'm sorry, 2 hours. Okay. Sheesh. Now we can definitely loosen this up. We don't need to be that tight on the bobbin. I think it's time for a White Claw, though. I got a couple. I think I need a nice cool beverage. All right, let's see. Let's see. We're going to have this sitting like that. Go ahead. We want to wrap back so this secures properly. We want to lock this down. There is some grooves kind of naturally built into the hook itself, which I really like about this, beast fly hook is there's like grooves built in to help facilitate actually tying this to the hook shank, so that's nice. You know, I have heard some things though about Arex in particular. Like I said, that Bob Clouser, that small 2-odd Bob Clouser, not the big one. The big one seems to be fine. Those 4-odds, but these small size 2-odd Bob Clousers, I bent by hand by just packing ram's wool. I wasn't really happy about that. So I'm curious, like, this giant 6-odd beast hook. This one seems way stiffer. Maybe it's just certain models, but there were people that commented, because I posted on Instagram, that they were having issues. So I don't know. I guess we'll see. All right. We are going to take a quick little break, though, because I need to get some fresh air, because I'm dying right now. It's so hot in here. We're going to finish this fly up that's in the vise by continuing our ties. Now, it has mostly yellow, but we're going to be doing white, a lot of white for the head and front part of the body. And then we'll figure out, I don't know what sort of color. We could do like a red head over the white. That actually might be kind of cool. Do white and then like a red head. That actually might be the key. That's like a classic striped bass. Mostly white for the body and then red for the head, but we kind of have our chartreuse in white. That might actually be nice. We'll figure that out. I have a couple more colors, but I'm thinking white, and then we do a red head. That might be the play to finish this one off. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Because I do have blues and stuff, but do I want to do like white for the body up to here, and then do white for the belly and blue for the top with purple? Or do I want to do a white with a red head? I kind of like the red head idea. All right. We'll be back in a moment. We're just going to take a quick little break. Let me stretch. It's been... Whew, man, it's already been 2 hours, and we just tied that tail, which is definitely something. Let me walk. Now's a good time. Head down to the LI Flies Mike Hookah Lounge. Stretch your legs a little bit. Jerry's handing out empanadas to everybody. And I'll be back up in a couple minutes here, and we'll finish off this beast fly. So, but appreciate everybody hanging out with us. So we're going to take a quick little break. We'll play our Albie highlight here, and then we'll continue finishing this jumbo beast fly. So, which again, now we can kind of get an official. What's our finished length here on this? Yeah, right around 11 inches. So that's kind of what I go for when it comes to bunker flies. I don't really think you need to make them 13, 14 inches, but I think anywhere from 10 to 12 is pretty appropriate when you're really trying to imitate the large bunker. So, all right, we're going to take a quick little break, and then we'll finish this fly off. So, don't go nowhere. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Stay tight, all right? Yeah, keep it tight. Yeah, dude. Yeah, Aiden. Knuckle buster. Are you good? Do you need me to do anything?
Yeah, I might need a ride. Yes.
Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna turn now.
I'm gonna try and get on the bow.
Yeah, get on the bow. All right, you're doing good. Keep doing your thing. I'm gonna move us away.
little one?
No, that's a nice one.
Oh, let's go!
Come here, go next to your alley. Good job.
That's sick.
All right. Nice.
Let's go! Albie slap!
Good job, dude.
Yee!
Looking down the barrel of a 12 gauge little toonie, bro. On the alligator too. Oh my god, dude! What the fuck? Woohoo! Oh my god. Yep. Oh my god! I gotta turn the boat so I can cast. Alright, we're back. Man, those albies get me fired up every time. Makes me want to do some fall time fishing. Okay. Let me try this earbud. Maybe this earbud's better. Less likely to fall out every 5 seconds. Oh man, okay. Get some music on. We're gonna finish up this beast fly. Whew. It has been hot. Hot and humid out. Hot and humid to say the least. All right. Keep on trucking, baby. Let's go. We're gonna go white for a lot of this tail section. Oh, I should have done this beforehand. Before I walked away, I should have let the super glue soak in there, but I don't think I've ever had a beast fly tail ever come undone, but better be safe than sorry for an investment like this, you know what I mean? Oh god, this is not the proper thing to be using here. I could use something like this Arex packaging. It's okay. Okay. Let's go with some white here. Fill up this body. We could add some angel hair too. After this tie probably, because I like having the angel hair pretty much right in front of the hollow tie. Go pretty much a little bit behind the hook point almost, just to fill this in. Do like 2 wraps, enough to where I can kind of split this around. I might need to add a little bit more, but add a little bit more to the bottom here. We need to tie this even, top and bottom. So when we fold it back, it'll be even. I think we're good. Looks like it. It's much easier to use this tool when it's on a hook and not a piece of mono, that's for sure. Now we're going to do our normal hollow fly shtick. Gotta get that thread a little closer to the bobbin so I'm not hitting that hook point there. It's a little tight there, but okay, very nice, very nice. Building up that profile, looking good. A little bit of super glue to lock down the thread specifically so it doesn't roll on us. What will happen is when this bucktail gets wet, it's under pressure, and after you let it dry, sometimes it'll fold back on itself because it's under pressure. That's where that little super glue just comes in to kind of help. Alright, giant fly status official. You could fish it like this, technically. But we still got a little ways to go to finish this. I got some megalon hair here. Let's use some of this. Get those shorties out of the way. We don't want them. Only the big boys. Couple light wraps just to lock that down like that. Yeah, hair is super oily up there. From when they washed it or whatever after bleaching it, probably. It's like soapy. Add a little bit to the bottom here. Fold it back, weave the thread through, bada bing, bada boom. Looking good. Definitely a little bit easier to control when you don't have to spin it in your hands. But it is pretty efficient doing it like that. You can see we got that profile looking crisp. Let me see what other sort of angel hair I have. Oh, I think I put the angel hair. What did I do with all that angel hair? I did something with it. I like moved it somewhere so I could. I think I have some silver. Did I put it all back in here? Oh, I may have. Let me take a look. Take a look in the flash spot. Yes, yes, yes. Do we want... Question is, what colors? Thought I had some silver. That might be not in the right spot, though. Did I not put that back in here? I thought I did. We got gold. Yep, yep. We already did some yellows and golds. Do have some pearl I can throw in. It's not, I don't think, very long. It's like a fluorescent. I want that silver. Where did that silver angel hair go? Is it in there? No, no, no. Where did I put that? I don't know. Well, that's alright. I guess we will go with some of this UV sort of color. It's like a UV pearl-ish sort of deal, if you will. Yeah, pearl UV. I don't think it's very long, though. So we'll just add it into some, like, interior fluff, if you will. It'll just give us a... I'm probably each tie I'm going to do a little bit of this. For just a little bit of that color. You could always give it a little brush at the end, too. We got something going on, though. We're cooking. We are cooking. Spread that around a little. Probably add a little to the bottom. You know, it's you got to find the right amount of having. It's tough. You don't want too much, too little. So you gotta just actually get out there and do some hollow ties. It's where you find the right amount that you're happy with for each one. Again, though, I like to keep it pretty sparse, as you can see. This fly's so big, it's getting out of frame. I think it came out okay with that yellow tail, that bright fluorescent tail. And then white for the belly here. We'll see what it looks like, but I only had so much white, so I have to use it efficiently. I think I did add... It's probably a little thick on the material in the back, but... Could sparse it out a little bit, but... It's going to have some sick action, that's for sure. Oh yeah. A little bit of super glue, very small amount. Then we go with that pearl UV angel hair stuff, if you will. Okay. Looking good, looking good. I think we do... This is the last tie of white, and then we're going to do white, I'm thinking. But I guess we'll see. Yeah, I think this is the last white collar we're doing. And then we're going to do a red one. We're almost done though. We are the light at the end of the tunnel here. Let's go. I still have one more to tie. But you know what? We got to get it done. Lock this down. So we might be in for a longer stream today. Definitely need to make sure I leave myself enough room for this last tie here. I think we did. But that's something you always gotta... It's like trying to get the proportions and the ties right to where you don't jam yourself up at the front, you know? This top part, though, is a little bit more than the... Needs to go in a little bit more than the bottom to level it out. Looking good. I think we should have enough room for a nice clean tie of some red here at the front. Whew, holy cow. Fly and a half, huh? Now where do I want to... I'm guessing... I'm thinking though, do we go white with red mixed together? Or do we just go straight up redhead? I think we go straight up red. For that contrast, that... This red hair is like just long enough to be... Yeah, that's good. I'll take it. Works for me. Oh, it's going to be a little tight, but I think we're okay. It's going to be a little tight, but I think we're going to be all right. Going to get this tied in nice and neat. Not too many wraps. It's the whole shebang we're doing. Just a teeny bit more on top. And then we fold her back. We should be good. I kind of wish I had left myself just another millimeter or two at the front, but we're good, we're good. All right, I think that should be it. Arguably the most important one is the last one. Only problem, I don't have tab eyes that are really suitable, so it's really more so just a giant beast fly. But I think that came out pretty freaking good. Now I think we just go with a little bit of ostrich herl on top to finish it off is what I'm thinking. And I think I have some jumbo herl, relatively long. Yeah, this works. I think I have like straight up jumbo peacock herl, but I'll take this. Just for something on top, a little bit of color. Just a little bit. I guess like theoretically I could try and make tab eyes or something. I don't even want to put eyes on this. If I had good tab eyes I would, or jungle cock or something, but I don't. So we are going to let it be au naturel, and honestly I think it's better than trying to put some big eyes in here and end up screwing up the profile of it once it's done. Squishing up against that bucktail up there. Just kind of brush this to get the angel hair kind of naturally flowing through there as well. Get any of that loose stuff out of there. Let's put some head cement up here at the front. And that is one beast fly. It took a little under 2 hours and 30 minutes. Now mind you, I obviously am not as fast when I'm streaming because I end up just chit-chatting and whatnot, but it's still not bad, honestly. Be nice to get it done in an hour, but and there we go right there. We got ourselves a 11-inch beast fly. You can see I did go a little bit thicker on material in the tail, but I think on the next one we'll go a little thinner on that back section. It's still very nice. And once this thing goes in the water, man, that's really what it's all about. I do need to wet this. I'm not going to go do it right now, but once you wet it and, what do you call it? Let it sit, it kind of naturally gets its shape to it. And it definitely looks amazing. Let me show you what one of these look like when it's been wet and hung up to dry. Here's another one we tied on stream not long ago. You can see so pretty similar. I think I used most of my lawn white bucktail on that one. It has much lawner white bucktail, but This one's a little bit longer because we have ostrich pearl on there, but we went with the chartreuse for this one because unfortunately not a lot of white on there. So what I was thinking is, it's kind of sacrilegious, but I could theoretically like thin out a little bit of that bucktail in the back, but it's fine. This looks good. I fly fish and tie in Costa Rica. They never tie with bucktail because material like bucktail is hard to get. Yep. So they use synthetics because they last longer. Yep. Now, what in Costa Rica are you guys fishing? You're talking about saltwater, Alfred? I'm assuming. Are you talking about like for tuna and what do you call it? Sailfish and all that sort of stuff? I don't think you have Dorado, right? Do you have Dorado? I know in Argentina they have Dorado. But I don't... Do you have Dorado in Costa Rica? Or is that too far north, I think? But yeah, we got to wet this one. But yeah, bucktail is not the most durable material, but the fish that we fish for, striped bass, Alfred, don't have teeth. So for the most part, the flies last quite a while. But if something like a bluefish, which is it's almost like a piranha on steroids, imagine, but just a massive fish. I'm sure you have similar sort of species like big jacks or something. They'll just destroy these things. You know what I mean? All right. Whew. I guess we're going to tie another one because I decided to torture myself today. So this one we're going to try and tie a little bit sparser in the tail to get a more even finish. So I'm just going to bring them 3 beast flies and be like, all right, pick which 2 you want or how many you want. Yeah, we also tie them with synthetics, though, Alfred. You'll see stuff like this. This is all synthetic material right here, Steve Farrar fiber. This one is feathers in the back, but other than that, there's no bucktail. It's all squimpish hair and synthetic materials at the front here. There's like a giant squid fly for sharks or something. Or like for bass, technically, but it's massive. We just tied this one for fun. It's a little bit large. You would almost just want to fish this on a tube fly, but yeah, you could totally fish something like this down in Costa Rica for sure. You know what I mean? It's probably the sort of stuff that this sort of synthetic material like Steve Farrar fiber, right? Okay. I just had that mono. What did I do with it? Did I lose it? Oh, no. Oh, it's right here. Okay, thank God. We'll just technically get started like this. Yeah, these are exception. This is not the sort of thing we're fishing all the time, but if you're trying to fish for big striped bass, people like fishing beast flies. You don't have to tie something like this on mono. You could totally, like that synthetic fly we tied, a lot of people like big synthetic flies as well, because they are more durable, right? And if tied right, they cast well as well, something like a slammer. But you gotta not too much material, build it up, and also weight the hook with lead wire and whatnot to build a keel. All right. Let's see. How do we do this? I do have this beautiful light blue bucktail. So I'm thinking we use this. Light blue, maybe a little bit of white. Build it up, sparse, boom, 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 boom. Then we go white, and we go with the dark blues and purples on top for like a herring sort of color. That's what I'm thinking, so. All right. So now we're going to actually take it out of the vise. We'll start tying it. just build up a little bit of thread on this so it can stiffen up a little bit, make it easier to work with. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Got a little exaggerated there, or carried away. Everything, gotcha, yeah. No Dorado, though, yep. I figured, I think Dorado, that's a little far north. Yeah, very cool. My, one of the guys that I've worked with in the past goes to Costa Rica, and they go fishing every year. And actually, the owner of the fly shop I'm tying this for, or the fishing shop right now, they go down to Costa Rica, and there's like an offshore fishing tournament they take part in every year down there for billfish and tuna and all that. Because Costa Rica has some amazing fishing, so that's awesome. You get to take part in that. I've tied flies for people going to Costa Rica before. Never been there myself, though. I'd love to do some fly fishing all over the world one day. I've done some. Nothing really too exciting, though. Tried to catch some bonefish in Aruba, but I was in the resort area and there wasn't really anything going on. Wrong time of year. Yeah, I forget you have... Oh, I forgot. I actually... I'll show you this fly that I tied for this guide in Costa Rica, where he's from Florida, from the Florida Keys. Every year does a trip, like an expedition, to this river in Costa Rica. And it's like a jungle river. And there's like 100-pound tarpon that go in there. I don't know if they're spawning or like whatever they're doing. Or it like floods a certain time of year. Maybe you even know the spot. I have no idea. But it's like a jungle river where you can go catch tarpon that's linked to the ocean. There's probably multiple areas like this, but I'll show you the fly. He had me tie up a bunch of these. He's a very well-renowned guide here in the U.S. that takes these trips to Costa Rica. Because I tie for some websites and stuff, and this guy was asking the owner of a website, and he just referred him to me. But I'll show you. It's pretty much just an EP fly. Yeah, when Enrico first started tying synthetics, yeah. This is what this is, and pretty much an EP tarpon fly. I'll show it to you. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe whip some up for yourself. You probably know him, though. Yeah, I remember when Enrico started pushing the synthetic stuff. You know, there wasn't many synthetic options before. Supreme hair, super hair. You did have stuff like Slinky fiber, but you didn't even have Steve Farrar fiber, where it was like blended and whatnot. You had to blend it yourself with angel hair. So it definitely wasn't as convenient. And we didn't have the amount of synthetics that we have nowadays, where there's just so many. There's like a synthetic material for every sort of application nowadays, really. But there still hasn't been a good replacement for bucktail. The natural squimpish hair comes pretty close, but it's obviously it's a little different, right? But when it comes to like a legit proper replacement for bucktail, I don't think we'll ever get one. I don't think you can really replicate this with synthetics, unfortunately. And I'll take naturals over synthetics any day, but obviously, especially in other parts of the world, you folks don't have access to bucktail like we do. All right, let's keep going. We gotta speed through these ties. This stuff's gonna take forever. We're gonna spend 5 hours tying 2 bees flies. So we grab one bunch. We just need enough, but not too much, because we wanted to sparse up the tail. So we just need enough to tie it in one shot. Spread it, fold it back, rinse and repeat. Add angel hair every 2 ties about. Also, I want to make sure I'm spread out enough so that way I'm not tying 5 million ties as well. Should have knew that was going to happen. It's getting caught in the side here. I need to get a new bobbin, dude. This bobbin is beat to hell. I glued it, but it doesn't matter. It keeps popping out because I'm pretty rough on my equipment. But I think it's time to get a new one. It's starting to drive me crazy. It's not that bad when you're working in the vise, but when you're doing this, holy. This bobbin's been through some stuff, I'd say. Multiple conventions, being dropped on the floor about 8,000 times. I think this bobbin, though, has more airtime than me on Twitch. Than my face. It's practically infamous. Alright, we gotta get that thread back on there after that fail. It doesn't help that it is very hot right now. I'm like... I think I'm not even joking. I've probably lost like a pound already or two from sweating. It is so humid right now. Oh, you're there for 6 months? Oh, okay, very cool. You mean you go there for like 6 months every year, or you've lived there for 6 months so far? Very cool. Yeah, you probably get to do some fun stuff. Some fun fishing. I love that sort of fishing too. That's my sort of saltwater fly fishing and fly tying. Sardines, stuff like that. Rio Frio. Very cool. Yeah, I don't know much about Costa Rica. Even though I grew up with a bunch of Costa Rican kids in my school. Alright. Like my buddy Coco. Did I not secure this properly? Hold on. I don't want this thing to fall apart eventually. Oh, I think I did. I just never cut this tag end, I guess. This is why it's nice not breaking the thread, so I don't need to deal with this, but it's okay. Just lock that down a little bit so I don't need to worry about it. Repairable hit with some epoxy. Just don't forget to cover the small hole. So epoxy. Yeah. No, I was using the resin, but the resin doesn't work that well. I think epoxy would actually work really good. The super glue's almost been better. It's just I gotta put a little on there. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't mind it moving like that when I tie on the vise normally. I've almost gotten used to like having a swivel bobbin. I don't know why. Because I've just been using this bobbin like this for so long. Because I'm just stubborn. But doing this is kind of annoying. But yeah, I should fix it. I did, but it ended up popping out. Probably from tying these beast flies. Because I'm swinging this thing around. Smashing it around into the desk or something. Psh, you know what I mean? Yes, bucktail is the bomb. What are we tying? A beast, I guess? Yes, we are. How's it going? Blonded, how you doing? We are tying some beast flies. We just tied one earlier. These are for a local fly shop owner. Asked me as like a favor to whip up a couple for him. for a buddy, so we are torturing ourselves with beast flies. I love tying beast flies, but it's just a project and a half. What do we got going on here with this thread? Why you giving me issues, huh? Done a few on tubes. No way I'm doing it on mono though. I'm watching though. Yeah, I've had multiple people tell me about tying them on tubes. I've tied them on shanks, articulated shanks. It's much easier to deal with, but they're kind of heavy, right? I do like the mono. That's kind of the traditional way of doing it, but it is a little bit of a project and a half, right? Where were the two that we... Oh, here we go. This is the one we just whipped up on mono with chartreuse and white and red. And then this is a one that we tied like a week or two ago with the white and chartreuse on there, but problem is getting good quality, having enough good quality white bucktail, so we're using some funky colors that I have right now. Thank you, Blonded. Appreciate it. We're glad to have a fellow beast fly enjoyer in here. Are you fishing in saltwater, or are we talking about like muskies or something? You know, one of the reasons though, one of the things about tubes is, are you fishing for striped bass? Because one of the reasons why I don't like tubes, are you tying the whole beast fly on a tube? Yeah, pike in Denmark. Nice, okay. Gotcha. That makes more sense. That's one of the downsides is striped bass. I mean, they do hit flies at the head, but we try not to deep hook them, in particular, and try not to kill them, so I hate having hooks too far back for striped bass in particular. They're not a good species for tube flies, unfortunately. But sharks or something like that, or pike, hell yeah. I do love tube flies, the fact that they can slide up the leader. And we could just swap them out so easy. It sucks that it's not really ideal for striped bass. Most of the time they do hit stuff at the head, but so that's one of the issues is that you'll actually miss strikes. You know what I mean? Small tubes like Gunner Brammer does. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, even the shark tubes that I tied, the tubes are really only like this long, but the flies are like almost 10 inches at times. With our offshore like shark or tuna tubes and stuff we tie. But I don't do a ton of tube tying in saltwater for the most part. Even tube flies for blues, yes. Well, that's the thing, Jerry. By the way, hope you're doing well. Appreciate you tuning in. We started using circle hooks on beiners, but not tying the popper head on the beiner. I have one right here. We essentially are using the popper head as like a tube. So this circle hook, this is like the backside of a beiner, if you think about it, right? So what you do is you fish this, all synthetic material, so it's super durable. Nice big 5-aught inline circle hook for bait fishing. You take your Bob's Beiner, 3/4, 5/8 inch foam head, you put a hole through the middle and you put that on the leader. And then that popper head kind of slides forward and the popper head doesn't get crushed up. It's really nice. Plus, circle hooks. So I've had every single bluefish I've caught, and I've caught a ton this year on my buddy's boat. We've hooked perfectly right in the corner of the mouth every time. Because I'm going to be honest with you, I was fishing beiners, and we have a giant run of big spring bluefish every year. And I was straight up killing bluefish with beiners. Like, they were crushing them and swallowing them. You know what I mean? And I don't know what happened. Like, it wouldn't be an issue a lot of the times. We'd hook them. Sometimes you'd hook one deep in the gills or whatever, but we crushed the barbs. But I don't know what happened. One year, I was deep hooking every single bluefish I was catching on barbless beiners. And, like, I'm sure some of them were dying because it just happens. You find dead bluefish every year because people are just fishing with treble hooks and stuff and killing these fish because they deep hook them and manhandle them. But so I was like, I'm done killing these giant bluefish. Even if you just kill one, on an outing by accident because it hooked itself in the gills. So I was like, I'm using circle hooks from now on for bluefish. I'm done using regular hooks. And the hookup ratio is almost even better because you just pop it, you wait, they come flying out of the water, they grab it and turn, and the hook just hooks them perfectly in the corner of the mouth every time. I love it. So we essentially started using tube flies for bluefish, essentially, is what we're doing now. But with popper heads. But you could totally just use a tube and a circle hook at the back. But if anyone hasn't tried that and you've had issues and you don't want to accidentally kill any bluefish, generally striped bass, it's not a problem. They do, sometimes you will deep hook a striped bass. That's why I always crush my barbs. But most of the time striped bass are pretty good. They hit the fly at the head, you know, and hook themselves in the mouth. But I'm almost even tempted just for my poppers in general, just to fish circle hooks from now on. Just to never even, you know. But the issue was these bluefish just absolutely crush the poppers. So anyone that hasn't tried it, I would highly recommend using circle hooks. Big 5-aught, like bait circle hooks in line for your bluefish flies. And then like throw a tube like you said, Jerry. Or like a popper head as a tube, if you will. You can still tie the material on it, or I guess you could leave it bare, really, if you really want to. If you're fishing a tube, you just fish a bare hook behind it, right? The only issue about bluefish is if the tube slides too far forward, other bluefish will now attack that, and you'll sometimes break off your line. So we found we had to put like a stopper so the popper head doesn't go past the wire. Because if, let's say, the wire is tied here and this is mono and the popper head slides forward onto the mono, other bluefish, while you're fighting it, constantly come up and are attacking the fly or whatever. They even bite at the leader where knots are. So that's something you have to watch out for. You need to, like, stop the tube from going too far up onto your leader because the bluefish will grab it. We've had multiple occasions where they bit off poppers because of that. It's actually one of the most common ways when we're out there fishing for these springtime blues that are tailing is if they're not all over the place, which generally they are. Generally, you don't have an issue. There'll be like 100 in one spot, right? But if there's like one rogue one that smacks one of your buddy's poppers and you hook it, what you do is while he's fighting it, you throw your popper next to it. There's always like 4 or 5 bluefish following the one that's hooked on the line. And what they're doing is they're not only, they think it's trying to eat something, right? But the bluefish that you're hooked is probably spitting up bait and stuff like that. And they're following it and like eat. It's just like chaos. So you got to make sure that tube doesn't go too far up. Otherwise, you probably will lose it. You lose the fish, you lose your tube, you lose your whole leader. You know what I mean? I think this is where we add a little bit of angel hair in here. Yeah, first time I really started using tubes in saltwater was for sharks, and I was absolutely convinced. I'm like, I don't think I'm ever going to go offshore fly fishing without a tube. Unless it's like tuna maybe, you know, on like sand eels or something. But if we're fishing big flies on like 14 weights, I'm using tube flies. I'm not throwing a... It just offers you so much more versatility. Plus the fact that when you're shark fishing, you're using crazy leader setups and stuff with wire and... Sometimes you just got to cut the, leave the hook too, and let it rust out or something, but we always try to get it out. Not that we've caught a ton, we've only caught like a handful of sharks on the fly over the years, but that'll be fun, we get to try that again. Whew, man, it's hot. So this is about like the amount of bucktail I'm tying in when I do a hollow tie. Maybe a little bit more, but right around there. Because if you end up tying too much, it really does start affecting. I mean, it's going to swim amazing, but I mean, we still want it to be fairly castable. More than likely, this fly is going to be fished off a boat, I'm assuming. But for those with boats that aren't on the water at the moment and still have to pleb it up from shore, we want this thing to be castable. You know what I mean? Just in case. I really should go fish the ocean go fish the surf. I think that's where all the fish are. This is my hypothesis that I've come up with, is that I think about 85 to 90% of the striped bass that normally come into the bay every spring are not coming in, and they're sitting out in the ocean. South Fork Salt, buddy of mine, has been getting amazing drone footage of just massive schools of striped bass out in the ocean, a mile or two off the beach, just migrating their way north. And they're just not coming into the bay. I don't know if there's just maybe so much bait this year out in the ocean, like sand eels or whatever, have you, that they don't have to come into the bay looking for shrimp, crabs, silver sides, right? I'm thinking that's what's going on, because there's just like massive schools of striped bass out in the ocean. They're just not coming inshore, at least in my area. And it seems like that is going on a lot. That's my conspiracy theory, which actually is probably maybe possibly a reality. But I'm like, why are we not catching any fish in the bay? We should have caught like 100 striped bass by now. There's just, apparently they're all out in the ocean, just like chilling out there in giant schools off the beach, a mile or two, just working their way north. Have we played around with weight balancing flies? Yes, this giant fly right here has strips of lead wire that are tied in at the bottom to act as a keel, in the same way that a keel is like on a sailboat. You probably heard Gunner talk about it, but really one of the first people to really revolutionize this, or at least I'd say wide scale promote this sort of thing in saltwater tying, is our friend Mark Sadati, who before Bob Popovic's had the beast fly, he had some like synthetic flies and stuff that were really big, like the cotton candy fly. But Mark Sadati was the first one, I think, really to have these saltwater keels, really, and promoting it on his big bucktail and schlop and hackle flies. And the whole reason you do it is because it helps it with casting. Not only does it help the fly track properly in the water, but because if you weight the fly in a certain area, it'll offset the wind resistance of the material. Yeah. So I don't know if he mentions Mark Sadati. I hope he does, but other people use keels and stuff, and Gunner does come from like a more like freshwater background, but he's, I'm sure, heavily inspired by Bob Popovic's and people like that. Gunner's an amazing fly tyer. But Mark Sadati, who's from Long Island here, a good friend of ours, he's an old school fly tyer here on Long Island. If you grew up in the 90s and saltwater fly fished for striped bass, you probably knew Mark Sadati and his slammers. I'll show you. Where's that big one? I think, is it in here? So before Bob Popovic's had hollow flies, are you going to do a tutorial? Yes. Yeah. It's essentially a synthetic slammer, which is this fly right here. Craggerol, this is a Mark Sadati original. He didn't really tie many synthetic flies over the years, but this is when he was... This is essentially the fly right here, is the one that I just showed you, which is I'm going to do a tutorial. This is synthetic. This one's, by the way, very old. It's like falling apart. But this is a Sadati slammer from the 90s that I'm very lucky to have. It's got wire here with another hook, and this is all schlop and hackle. You didn't have bucktail. I mean, look how long the bucktail is. Perfect. Nice long bucktail, but Bob Popovic's hadn't put out the hollow fly yet. He was still probably coming up with the idea. So this fly is massive. It's pretty heavy too. And the reason that is because there's a crap ton of lead wire that is stacked and wrapped on the keel of the hook. So Mark Sadati can take this fly, by the way, I've seen him do it. Maybe not this exact one, but almost identical, and cast it on a 5-weight over 120 feet. And I saw him do this at Somerset, New Jersey. And that's where I was like, okay, I need to learn how to put keels on flies. Now, it's still kind of tricky. You need to know how to do it, how much, and you can't just put an infinite amount of material on there, but it does help offset, and it also helps the fly sink at an even rate, because you're fishing these flies off Block Island and Montauk out in 50, 60 foot of water. That's what these were designed for. or Cape Cod or something. With yak hair, this is you can use yak hair or a synthetic yak or something like Ian Devlin does from Connecticut. Another great fly tire, friend of Mark Sadati as well, big promoter of the Sadati Slammers. This is essentially this tail thing was inspired by him, but this is Steve Farrar fiber. I think Ian does use a yak or a synthetic yak or something that he hand blends custom colors. And also, I don't know if Alfred is still here, but this is the sample fly that this guide sent me for the Costa Rican jungle tarpon. So just to give you, just for you to take a mental note, but essentially just a EP fly, chartreuse for the tail, orange for the head, a little bit of silver, 3D eyes, probably I'd say a 2-odd hook or something like that, maybe 3-odd, normal O'Shaughnessy style. I think I tied these on more heavy-duty hooks for him, but we're talking about like 100-pound tarpon in the rivers. So that was what that guide, he had me tie like 100 of them for him or something for this trip to Costa Rica. You can use yak hair though. Oh, yes. Well, Mark Sadati is a world-class fly caster. I've been lucky enough to get some instructions from him in the past when I was a kid, but and lucky enough to fish with the man on a couple occasions out in Montauk and stuff. But he's probably one of the greatest fly casters I've ever met. So it blew my mind as a kid watching him cast that slammer on a 5-weight. And it's not only because you need to know how to cast, but it's also because the way that he tied that slammer. But that blew my mind. Like, I don't know if you've ever tried to throw a fly that's over, like even a larger deceiver on a 5-weight or something, let alone a giant bunker fly, but that kind of sold me on the idea of keels. Now, I don't use them in everything. You don't need a keel with a hollow fly or a beast fly, right? It's more so when we're trying to offset either the amount of material we have or trying to get the fly, if we have a popper head, you can add keels to kind of offset the weight and adjust it so it swims. Oh, excuse me about that. Oh, God. That White Claw. You can get it to where it's like the butt of the fly sitting deeper in the water, so when that popper head, you strip it, maybe it has a side-to-side motion, kind of how you keel a pole dancer type fly, right? That as well. I really only use them on the larger, primarily synthetic, but also natural flies, but primarily for the slammer. Squimpish hollows, tied some squimpish hollows recently for Nelson on YouTube. And what do you call it? We add a lead keel to those because it helps offset it also helps it sink naturally, but it also offsets any of the wind resistance from the synthetic material. So it does help make it cast a little easier. But it also helps the fly sink at a normal rate. If you're fishing from a boat in very deep water, and we're fishing rips off of Montauk, the water is like 50, 60, 70 foot deep. You're already fishing with 500-600 grain sinking lines. And you're not only that, you're drifting at like 5-10 knots, maybe more, right? It's like a fast drift because the water is literally wrapping around. The entire Atlantic Ocean is wrapping around like Long Island. But so having a weighted or a keeled fly also helps it sink evenly because you're fishing with these crazy fast sinking lines. You essentially need to just flip the fly out, then you get your line out, and you have to have no resistance on there so you're almost kind of like mending it, but it's almost impossible. And you're just letting your fly sink as quick as possible so you can actually, you'll end up just wasting a bunch of time trying to get your fly down there for drifts. And then you just kind of erratically strip it from like 60, 70 feet up on these rips where this crazy water's moving, and that's where these 50, 60-pound striped bass are hanging out. And you'll see him follow up a fly all the way from the bottom. Like, it's crazy. I was fishing with Mark on his buddy's boat, and he had a big synthetic slammer. And I was using a big natural slammer that I tied. And the synthetic one did seem to, like, sink a little bit easier. For whatever reason. But he seemed to like those synthetic ones for out there. He was doing really well with them. I had a couple, like, reasonable sized fish, like, 10 pounds or whatever, but he had one that was, like, I think almost 20 on the fly. And then he had, like, a 40, 50 pounder on jigs, or, like, a giant spoon we were fishing with. That's one thing. Mark will break out a spinner rod. He doesn't care. He loves jigging. He loves fishing spoons. He just likes catching big fish. He's a big fish nut. Me, I'll torture myself with the fly rod because I'm never caught that 50 pounder on the fly. So you're not gonna catch one if you ain't fly fishing. So, but yeah, good times, good times. We gotta go fishing with Mark again, man. I gotta get my boat fixed up. We'll see if he wants to go fishing again this year. Essentially, he needs me to pick him up, so we go to Montauk or whatever to fish on his buddy's boat. I'll be glad to do it. Got a new phone though, so I don't have his number. So I gotta wait for him to hit me up. It's always a good time though. We went fishing out in Montauk and then had to sit in about 3 hours worth of traffic to come back. So we stopped at Agway, which is like a local superfood market. And we got cheese, crackers, and we were just, like, going through, like, blocks of cheese in the car after being there from, like, 3 a.m. and fishing. It was some good times. Listening to, like, Jimi Hendrix and stuff and talking about music. That was a lot of fun. He was one of my, like, childhood inspirations for fly tying. One of, in my opinion, one of the greatest striped bass, big fly tyers. So he's a really cool dude. I'm lucky that I've been able to spend some time with him after all these years. The reason why I have those Sadati flies is because when I was a little kid, we were part of a fly fishing club. And you'd have fly tyers come, David Skoke, all these amazing Northeast fly fishermen. And Mark Sadati would come regularly. And every time I was... I'm a younger kid, the only kid going to this fly fishing meeting, so he would just give me the flies that he tied. So that was great. I would get, like, all the flies from these professional fly tyers because I was, like, in the room with a bunch of old retired cops and firefighters from the city, so of course they're going to give it to, the kid. So I did that, too, whenever I would do shows and stuff, whenever some young kid that showed interest in fly fishing came to the booth. And if their parents were okay with it, I would give them some free flies. Because people did that to me and were nice to me in that manner. So nowadays, though, I don't do a lot of shows. I kind of got over the whole show thing. Spending $300-400 on a booth. Everybody knows who I am for the most part out here. I'm not braggadocious. It's just a smaller community. There's only so many people that do this out here. So it was fun, though. It was fun doing those shows, but it was a lot of work for not a lot of payoff. But I definitely got to go to the next fly show, though, for sure. Maybe go and hang out at the Swimpish booth or something with Dave and Stephanie from Swimpish Flies. See if they'll want me to go hang out over there. Or somebody. Not getting my own booth, though. As much as I love it, it's just, stuff's pricey. I think they even still have my money from... Now that I think about it. Yeah, I'm not going to get into it, but let's just say that I paid and there was never a show because of COVID or something and lost a bunch of money, so it's all good. I forgot about that. All right. Yeah, fly shows are fun and stuff. I definitely like going to them, but for what I do, I don't really think it's worth investing in a booth and all that. Because I'll sell some flies, but that's not. I'm more so just trying to put my name out there. But I've kind of accomplished that, at least for the local scene. So. But they're fun. They're fun to go to. Let me move this vise. I forgot about that. Sorry, it's probably screwing up my focus, isn't it? Or the camera focus. Get out of here, Anonymous. Fearmonger, I know it's you. Yeah, you enjoyed going to the carnival for bumper cars? That was fun, right? Thank you. Donka. How you doing? You going viral or what? You going viral with your AI TikToks or something you're doing? Like Joe Rogan's like fighting a bunch of chimpanzees, AI generated or something? No, I've never used it. One thing I never did. I tried Twitter, said nope. Tried Reddit, said nope. Looked at TikTok, said nope. Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, that's it for me. I'm also almost at the age where you could classify me as a boomer, so. One day they'll be like, oh, you're on that boomer app, Instagram? Yep. You're not on flip-flop? You telling me you don't flip-flop? All right, let's spread this around. About ready for another hookah lounge break, though. Unfortunately, I think, and I'm literally streaming on social media. I make content on social media all the time. Social media is destroying society overall together. All people do is just stare at their phones. I've been specifically trying in general just to not doom scroll this, that, and just in general I try to not spend too much time on my phone. If I do, I'm watching something because I don't have a TV, you know. But yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Even my parents, they're staring at their phones all the time. We are all cyborgs, chat. We are all cyborgs already, technically, I believe. We're augmenting ourselves with technology. Yeah. I mean, we don't got to get into all this. This is like Doom. This is like Doom stuff right here. Like, the world's ruined. But I did watch something. It was like from teachers, and teachers were like, yep, we're screwed. I literally have to have something surfer, whatever that game's called. I forgot. I don't even know what it's called, but it's like where they're like surfing on trains or something. They're like playing that in the background while they're trying to teach like basic classes to like first and second graders or something. I don't know. Who knows? But yeah, we don't got to get too doom and gloom. But yes, you're right. We're all gonna be old people at some point, sitting on a porch somewhere like, these damn kids. And they're gonna be like dabbing on people and shit. Like dabbing on homeless people or something. Everyone's just wearing like a cell phone. Like it's like horse blinders, but they have a cell phone in front of their face and they're just walking into stuff or something. Or there's like robots. They're all sitting in chairs and the robots are driving around like Roombas and people are just like with VR headsets on or something. It's like they're just sitting on these like Roomba type machines that are just bouncing into stuff. Like they're trying to get to the grocery store. It's got arms. It's like picking up everything for them. They're just like sitting back like Cartman, like playing World of Warcraft with a VR headset. Don't make me laugh. It sounds terrifying, but it actually sounds pretty accurate. Like, it's not too far-fetched. Yeah, except your lawn isn't grass. It's like straight up, it's like a digital grass. I don't know why. Of course, we're going in the future, so everything's got to be like, holograms. Like, what's his name? Marty McFly on like a hover skateboard. These kids are dabbing everywhere. They're dabbing on my virtual lawn. It'll be interesting for sure. All right, moving on. Over here. Yep. Streaming on Twitch and YouTube, some fly tying to escape from the virtual reality, and you suck me back in. Fearmonger, unbelievable. No worries, no worries. It was funny though. I did see something on that the other day. It was teachers talking, and they were like, "We're doomed. All these kids care about is Fortnite, TikTok." Yep. Hey, that's why I'm single, baby. I ain't got kids. You're gonna catch me dabbing on TikTok or whatever. I'm telling you, I already sound like an old man. I don't know what the kids say, so all I've said is Fortnite and TikTok and dabbing. That's all I know. I don't know any of the other lingo, which is probably good, but I don't know how, all my audience on YouTube anyway, and mostly Twitch is all over the age of 30, so we're good anyways, but lol boomer. Everything I think is like hip is from like 10 years ago. So they're adults anyway now, so it's not I don't know what the kids say nowadays. I know what like the 20-year-olds say. Like a megalol or something, Damn boomers. We gotta put some angel hair on this one. Holy cow, dude! I'm not even joking. I think I've lost about 1 or 2 pounds today on stream. I'm genuinely convinced that I've lost at least a pound from just sweating here. It's so hot right now. I feel like we're in Costa Rica, man. The humidity's out of control. Must be like 100% humidity right now. It's like we're in the rainforest. Okay. We're cooking. Yeah, this is coming out good. It's a little bit sparser on the tail, and this is the way I want it. To where there's not too much bucktail, Same thing when dishing Dorado or Mahi Mahi, always following the fish. Yeah. I think you're a little bit behind Alfred, and you probably won't hear this for like 30 minutes now. But I literally have it on ultra low. I have it on ultra low latency, but did we drop frames? Maybe that's why. I don't know. It's the one thing with YouTube is that the good thing is you can pause streams, but the bad thing is I think a lot of times the stream lags behind or something, or the phone or like YouTube lags behind the stream. So, anyways, I think Alfred's like in the past at the moment on YouTube, and I have it on ultra low latency, but I don't know. Twitch is better for that when it comes to being able to talk to chat. There's less of the delay at times. I think it just scales over time too when you stream. If something happens, you maybe drop frames for a second too, you know, or something. Because Twitch auto updates you to the actual part of the stream, but ultra high is the way to be, Kappa. Yeah, but no, not Kappa. No cap. Well, I guess, you know, as long as it's legal in your state. But speaking of which, it's about time we take a stretch break. Summit stretch break. The classic Summit stretch break. Let's throw a whip finish in here for good measure, shall we? Also because I'm going to step away for a second, grab a drink. All right, I'm going to stretch my legs real quick. We've been sitting down for an hour and a half. Already streaming for 3 hours and 30. We're going to whip out. We're tying 2 beast flies today. All right? So we got the rest of this fly to tie, which we're going to be working our way up. We're probably going to start using some white here soon. We've been using this sort of baby blue because I'm trying to extend the life of this white bucktail as I don't have much left. But we do need to finish this fly, so we're going to be tying for a little bit longer because, as you know, this is a little bit of a process. So we're going to take a quick break and just walk around a little bit, stretch, maybe grab another drink here. Oh, let's go ahead and stick this one that we tied in here earlier. You can see what we're working with here. Big flies for big bass is the idea. I do like the red on this though, and the red and the chartreuse and the white. I do like it. You kind of have like a more traditional fly here, and then in the back of the tail, it's like that chartreuse. I'd fish this. I mean, I have these in all chartreuse and yellow. This is honestly one of my favorite colors that Bob Popovics ties. He's got beast flies where it's like yellow and then chartreuse in his book. And it's honestly one of my favorite color combos, so I dig it. But we're doing blue here. We got white. We have probably some yellows. Then we have these darker blues and this purple that we're going to be attempting to do kind of like a herring, essentially, look by the time we're done. Hopefully I have this little bit of purple bucktail that I've been saving for years. I use a little bit here and there. And we got some blues here with just a little bit left. Awesome colors. Hell yeah. I'm glad you like it, Gabe. All right, we're going to take a quick little break, and we'll be back. Now's a good time, chat. If you've been sitting down for a while, stand up, stretch around a little bit, move around, get the blood flowing. And we'll be back here in a couple minutes for some more fly tying. All right? I'll hit you with that Albie highlight again. I've really got to make some more away videos, but we'll be back here in just a moment. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Stay tight, all right? Yeah, keep it tight. Yeah, dude. Yeah, he did. Knuckle buster. Are you good? Do you need me to do anything?
Yeah, I might need a ride. Yes.
Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna turn now.
I'm gonna try and get on the bow.
Yeah, get on the bow. All right, you're doing good. doing your thing. I'm gonna move us away.
Is that a little one?
No, that's a nice one.
Oh, let's go!
Come here, hold next to our alley. Good job.
That's sick.
All right. Nice.
Let's go! Woo! Albie slap!
Good job, dude.
Yee!
Looking down the barrel of a 12 gauge little toonie, bro. On the alligator too.
Oh my god, dude! What the fuck? Woohoo! Oh my god. Yep. Oh my god! Gotta turn the boat so I can cast.
Oh my god, dude. Alright, get back to catching him, Diego.
You can't get one now. There's a shark.
Alright. We're back. Man, I love albies. I love albies. Trash fish in Florida, prized game fish in the Northeast. Losing relationships, children, wives. Oh man, that I watched that not too long ago and I was dying laughing. It's so stupid. the intro to that first video. It's so dumb. It's good though. It's good. That's certified classic. How to catch false albacore or whatever. That was a good one. Still cracks me up. All right. Keep cranking. Beast flies. Beast flies. Let's add a little angel hair. Yeah. I think should we use some white here? I really don't want to use the entire tail, but I mean, we don't need a ton. Yeah, let's use some white. Probably got another 6 ties-ish. So we want to make sure. What we can do is, I'll show you, we could take a little bit of this blue and blend it with some white. That's what we can do to get a little bit more of a natural transition, if you will. Blend the two together, if you will. So we'll take a little bit of this blue, a little bit of the white. Make sure. And then I can kind of grab the tips here. Give it a slight blend, but I kind of like having the natural curve of the bucktail doing its thing, so. Mohajarat fly. Probably didn't say that right, but. All right. Let's go ahead and blend this by hand. It's kind of naturally mixing up there. We can fold this back like so. Again, get this pushed back here. Then we're like starting our transition to white colors here. Make sure that the tag ends aren't hitting our thread. So we don't fold those back. Get that music going. Sheesh. Gotta step back a little. I was scared that bobbin was starting to get some distance. It was starting to go towards the camera. Next thing you know, I've knocked super glue bottles. I've had stuff go flying before from swinging that thing around. Hey, Paranormal. How you doing? I'm doing good. Doing good. We're whipping up some larger flies. I hope you're doing well. Appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, this one song's a banger, dude. I've been digging this. Saya Rashad. What's the name of this song? What you said? S-E-D. What you said? Spelt S-E-D. Yo, what you said? It's a good song though. It's a banner. Definitely a summertime drinking song for sure. All right. Let's go ahead. Make sure we got this nice looking profile, looking good. We're going to start using some white here. We blended some white and blue. Oh, I want to add some, this is a good spot to add some angel here. You're okay? Good. I'm glad to hear, man. Hopefully everything's going good. It's today Thursday, right? Getting close to the weekend here. Trying to go out and do some more fishing, but with this rain, I don't think fishing locally is going to be good. I got to go travel a little bit if I am gonna, but should try and bang out. I have some fly tying to do, so that's what we've been doing. Did a little fishing yesterday. There was some signs of activity. I don't know if they were shad or could have been juvenile bass. There's some smaller bait around. I'm almost thinking it's herring, juvenile herring, but not a lot of striped bass in the bays, man. It sucks. We got to go out and like fish the ocean beaches or something, unfortunately. I mean, it's fun, but it's just, we should be doing good in the bay this time of year, but they're just not here right now. They're all out in the ocean. Oh man, some nice long white bucktail. It gets better than this, but it's hard to beat. Nice 4 or 5 inch long hair or something. 4-inch long hair. God, I'm getting all tangled here. Got thread, I got headphones, I got bucktail, I got flash. It's everywhere. Keeping it nice and sparse, as you see. Absolutely. Now, I'll probably end up, I've been doing a lot of painting on my Warhammer army. Maybe before we get done on the stream, I'll show you folks. I was edge highlighting my one proxy for a Ballistic Dreadnought, and then our the Ball Predator I printed. It's like a Predator Annihilator, but I'm using it as a Ball Predator. But blending this bucktail together has been making me think of painting some minis. Getting my Blood Angels looking pretty. Ready to smash some face in the name of Sanguinius. It's some of the best lore out there. Warhammer 40k, it's so good. Even if you don't play the game, the lore is just so good. Fantastic, like, universe design. That, and I gotta start printing more Chaos Marines for my Emperor's Children army, even though they suck now, but I love me some Noise Marines. With their sonic blasters, cacophony of brain-melting screams. Noise Boys. I love the coloration of the Emperor's Children, too. I have the Emperor's Children Citadel paints here. There's the Emperor's Children and the Screamer Pink. I use this and then highlight it with this layer color or whatever. It's one of my favorite colors, though. It's like that pinkish purplish with the gold trim and the black. Oh, it's such a good Space Marine coloration. All right. Enough about 40K. We're still tying beast flies. But I gotta say, if you're looking for some sort of cool audio books or something to listen to or books to read, the Black Library collection of just all the stuff from what the Warhammer universe is so good. Like the Horus Heresy series and all that. If you're looking for some sci-fi, if you will. And then you'll pretty much have stuff to read forever. There's so many books. You know what? It's a little too much material on this one. Let's just pull a little bit of bucktail out, put that on the side. Now we did our super glue. Again, super glue at each tie to make sure that thread doesn't move forward on us. Well, that one got away from me a little bit, but that's okay. I'm going to need to retie some of that. That one got a little loosey-goosey on me. In fact, we are going to just end up tying this back on there now because we ended up screwing that up. Oh, geez. Sorry about that. God. Microphone attacked me right there. It just fought me back. All right. Put this right here. Probably add some more angel hair here on the next tie or so. Every 2 ties, about 3 ties, we're adding a little bit of this pearl UV angel hair, if you call it. I think it's Wind and Flash, or yeah, Ice Wind, whatever they call it. It's like 5 million copies. I always just say angel hair because angel hair is like the original material I always use. That or Wind and Flash. But we always just call it angel hair. It's kind of like Flashboo, even though Flashaboo is a brand. When I think of that sort of like, you know, non-curly and certain type of flash, you know. Because you can find other brands and stuff that are essentially the same thing. They're like a copy, but I just call it Flashaboo. Even if it's not Flashaboo, the brand. I use Flashaboo, though. That's like the brand I use. The main flash you'll see me tie most of the time. Been using them for years. Do we... I think we do a little angel hair on the next one. That's fine. Oh, let me move this vise out of the way. I'm sorry. Get that a little bit better angle. Oh, one thing I need to do is I need to make ruins. I should probably... We might stream some terrain crafting at some point. It's been a while. I need to make some Warhammer terrain. I went nuts, made a bunch of D&D terrain, and now I don't use it. Because of the game I'm running right now. It's not very appropriate, but at least I have it. I got to get back to working on Mike Roll's dice and Jerry's adventure on Savage Worlds, but I've been so busy. And I'm like playing a game of D&D on Tuesdays. I'm running a Savage Worlds RPG game on Sundays. Streaming, I gotta film some YouTube videos for our fly tying channel. It's probably gonna be on the back burner. All right, keep trucking. We keep trucking. We're gonna do our polar flash on this one too. You can see not much bucktail left on this. Luckily, we don't need a lot to accomplish what we're going for, but still, I'm running dangerously low on remotely usable hollow fly bucktail, so not much left. And we got to get rid of stuff like that, which you could always put to the side and use, but for this, it's not working. Spread that around, top and bottom. I might add a little bit more. It's a little light. I'm trying to keep it sparse, though, you know. But I don't want to make it too sparse. Could add a teeny bit more to the opposite side there. Like this. Ugh! Thank you for the, thank you for the bit. Appreciate that. Hey, Brad Buzzy! By the way, Brad Buzzy, everybody, if you're looking for good bucktails, I haven't seen you in forever. I also haven't been going to any shows. But speaking of which, we were just talking about if you're looking for good bucktails, I commonly bring up Buzzfly. So if you're looking for some good high-quality bucktails, check out Brad Buzzy. I hope you're doing well. Lawn tails are going to be a problem next year. Yeah, I mean, it seems like in general, just good quality bucktail is hard to find in general, as you know this. But if you are looking for a nice, reliable source of, I believe you're still doing it, right, Brad? You could check out Buzzfly. I believe it's BUZFly, right, .com, I think, if I'm not wrong. Or you could check them out on Instagram. But I wouldn't be surprised. I think I probably don't have any tails from you left. I probably use them, but some of the best tails I've ever gotten were from Brad here. So working on another 1,000 tails over the next few weeks. All right. Speaking of which, I might need to hit you up. So at some point. But yeah, if you folks are looking for like actual nice quality bucktail at a decent price, but these are like premium tails, you could check out Buzzfly. But thank you again. I'm just gonna say, I don't know. I'll call you UGH. Just popped in to say hi, much respect, appreciate for you and your work. Have a great stream and a wonderful day and a gorgeous night. It's an honor meeting you. Okay, hey, thank you. Well, first off, you're way too kind. Stop it. But thank you, appreciate it. Well, I'm glad to have you here. Maybe we'll see you around sometime. Again, this goes for anybody too, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube. In the description, we have our Discord. You could feel free to hop in the Discord, share some of your flies or your fly tying. If you have any questions, you know, we have a lot of folks that just get into fly fishing or fly tying, so feel free to join. You can hop in, be part of the community, have a place to chit-chat with everybody when we're not streaming. But thank you again, my friend. But I'm glad to hear it. Everyone go check out Buzzfly. Go check out Brad Buzzy. He's you'll see him at a lot of the fly tying shows out here. And amazing selection quality of bucktail and stuff, so very nice guy. Had the honor of working some shows that he was attending, so very, very nice guy. So everybody check him out. Oh, I'll be around, UGH, don't worry. We've been streaming on Twitch for years, and luckily now YouTube, which is cool because we get to see awesome people like Brad Buzzy and random people like Alfred, but in YouTube chat. But we've been streaming for years, and I started doing commercial shell fishing and commercial bait fishing a couple years ago, and kind of fell off streaming and fly tying because I was doing that full time. But now we're back to pretty much streaming and fly tying full time, and I'm going to be doing some commercial shell fishing on my own this year and helping somebody doing some for a couple hours, you know, just hard clamming during the summer. But unfortunately, our shellfishing market here kind of got destroyed because the local place that buys hard clams isn't buying hard clams anymore. So I have to drive half an hour or so to go sell hard clams. So, but I was just getting in the hang of it and enjoying shellfishing, but that kind of fell off. Yeah, but Brad, I kind of stopped doing them. I'm sure, as you notice, I haven't been doing them, but yeah, I never. Plus, I never sell flies at them anyway. That wasn't really the deal anyway. But expensive, this and that, and plus after COVID, you know. So, but I'm sure I'll be going. I'll make sure to stop by and say hello when I just go to them and say hi to all the folks. I got to see awesome people like David and Stephanie from Squimpish Flies and whatnot, so I'll make sure to stop by and say hi. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to be working those shows. Maybe, tie at a booth for somebody or something, but yeah, no problem, Brad. Anytime. I'll make sure. In the past, I think it was just like a week ago or something, I brought you up and tried to send some folks your way, so, because we've been tying a lot of larger flies and stuff, and people are always asking where to get bucktail, so I'll make sure to keep doing that, and hopefully it helps, so. But appreciate you tuning in. Always try to support the folks that have been doing this longer than me and been in the industry. So, all right. Cranking. We're still cranking. Let's go a little super glue here. Man, it is... I gotta fix this AC in my room. It is... The humidity must be like 98% right now. It's crazy how hot it is right now. When I get done streaming, I'm just gonna go sit outside for like 2 hours. Cool off. Yeah, yep. No, I know that's one of the main things too. I barely make enough money as is doing this. So, it was, getting a little crazy. But, yep, it is what it is. Yeah, we love David Nelson and the Squimpish folks here on this channel. So I was lucky enough that David let me join the team, but also back in the early days was just like, hey, I got this stuff called Squimpish hair. You want to check it out? And I was like, yes. Not a bad replacement because you can't always tie with the beautiful tails of bucktail, but you'll never replace bucktail though. It's not trying to be bucktail; it's its own thing. But faux bucktail, whatever, you'll never replace the real deal. So that's the good thing for people who make amazing or who dye amazing bucktails and process them like you, Brad. There'll never be an alternative to the real deal. I always say it. That's why you just got to have a bunch of friends who hunt in the Northeast in the fall. You know what I mean? Then you'll at least get a couple tails every year, unless they shoot recurves like me. Oh, ice cream man's going around. Cinch that down, looking good. I'm keeping this one sparse. I think I went a little heavy on the initial ties on the tail on the last one. I want it to be sparse. That's the whole thing, right? But we are working our way up that hook shank, which I love. We are working our way up. Not hook shank, I'm sorry. Blah. This monofilament. I will say, I don't know who it was talking about, if I scroll up in Twitch chat. Who was it? They were a brand new viewer. Blonde. Was it Blonde? Yeah. Where are you from again? I don't know if he's still here or they're still here. In Denmark. With the tube flies, right? What was I going to say? Oh, I forgot what I was going to mention. I completely lost my train of thought. Anyways. I'm hitting the point in the stream where I'm starting to get delusional. I don't know how I used to do like 8, 9, 10-hour fly tying streams. Probably had to work in AC at the time. Why was I bringing up your name? I was gonna mention something. Wasn't bad, don't worry about it. But that's alright. I'll keep going. Alright. Looking good. Nice and sparse. Again, I want to be able to see my hand through it. You see that? That's the main thing we want. We don't want too much material. We want that to be sparse like that. That's the whole idea. Not only going to be easier to cast, it still should hold its shape and retain its profile because we're trying to leave it splayed out some. But just the fatigue of trying to cast a too bulky beast fly, it just beats you up all day. So doesn't have to. I mean, you will arguably you'll push more water, right? And you could technically maybe have more action, but it's like a balancing act, obviously, right? But I'm trying to be a little bit sparser on this one than the last. Damn, why was I totally lost my train of thought. That's right, we'll move on. Yeah, we love the squimpish stuff. It's good stuff. Hey, we recently just tied some hollow flies for Nelson on YouTube or Instagram. It sucks, man. The fishing has been so terrible. Joe says, Brad, coincidentally, I was on your site yesterday looking for some tails. Will you be posting when they have some back in stock? Probably, I'm sure. If you're still in, that is, yeah. You can always probably ask on Instagram too or something. Hit them up there or something. Yeah, fantastic tails. If you folks don't know Buzzfly, go check him out. He's been in the industry for a long time. And so that's something too. This is like, is you gotta show respect to the folks that have been doing it longer than me, and that kind of led the way for these sort of industries. You know what I mean? Like Mark Sadati of Fly Tying, or like David Skoke, and Chris Windrum and all these people. So I always try to. That's why I try to send you folks a Chris God, I can't even talk. Chris Windrum at saltwaterflies.com. I've been buying fly tying material from him since the early 90s. So. Yeah, they go quick. If you folks are trying to get good bucktail, I'm sure they go fast from Brad. So make sure you're on top of it for sure. There's only so many people that even deal with bucktail of like that sort of quality. So it's a very limited market for sure. I'm lucky. Chris sent me some of these white tails, and they were. He knows that I'm looking for the good stuff, even if I don't ask for it. So I was lucky he sent me this one tail, which I ordered it for a specific order for this fly shop in Montauk, this new fly shop, or this new tackle shop. And I was like, nope, this bucktail is going off to the side, and we're keeping it because it's very rare you get a random bucktail that is actually decent. And this is nothing. This is like nothing fancy. I've had tails that were like, that I got from Brad, for instance, or somebody that were 15 times better, but anytime I get a random tail or I find one at a shop, I'm like, yoink, and I just put it off to the side. Because luckily we don't do it. I mean, I say luckily because I really don't want to tie beast flies for orders. Or at least it's a process. I'm much more of a mass scale sort of like tying 100 surf candies. But so luckily I end up, a lot of times this is for me or for special ties for people. So a lot of times I can like find a nice tail and it lasts me a while, you know what I mean? Because that's one way to wreck your, to slam through some really nice tails. Is tie like 12 of these or something, right? I'm just doing this as a favor for one of the local shop owners. Normally, I reserve this for myself, for the Twitch stream flies and the flies that I'm going to be bringing when we're going fishing off in the boat or something. A Bear's Den, yep. Yeah, I mean, Chris doesn't. He's not. Yeah, you could call him and be like, hey. I mean, he's gonna tell you, listen, I don't have. You're not gonna be able to find like really nice tails like Brad has. But every once in a while, he gets some stuff in. You know what I mean? But for the majority of fly tying I do, I'm not using these sort of tails, right? This is like these are primo stuff. But I've been buying fly tying material from Chris since, I think, the late 90s. I had the old got backing bumper stickers and stuff, so. And I'm lucky enough that we tie flies for him now, so Chris has been very nice to me over the years, so I always try and, if you're looking for like your all-around saltwater fly tying needs, you know, go to Chris. But there's awesome places. We got Whitewater Outfitters out here on Long Island. They've been fantastic to me over the years. You have fantastic places. Shops I haven't dealt with. Bear's Den or places like that. You got fantastic places like Brad. Yeah, I've met those folks at Bear's Den. They're really nice from shows and stuff. But over the years, some folks were like, oh, why don't you, you know, reach out to other shops and stuff for fly tying, but I kind of just have my own thing. You never know, though. Maybe at some point we will. But we're kind of just getting back into the groove of things, so I got enough between local shops and saltwaterflies.com or private stuff going on, but yeah, the main thing is I've been slacking on YouTube videos. I have to make another fly tying tutorial here soon. So that's something I need to do, possibly later tonight. It's gonna be quite a long video. I mean, it's not gonna end up being long in the end, but filming it, you know, I'm gonna tie one of those big Sadati slammers, so it takes a little while. Every once in a while, you know, I got to do some retakes of stuff because I talk while I'm doing it. I don't dub over my fly tying videos. It's too awkward for me to try and do that. But I was trying to do a video a week. I haven't done a video in almost a month, so it's about time. But we've been streaming at least, so at least we've been making some content here on YouTube. But I gotta keep up with these tying tutorials. I got a long list of flies we have written down here from either just random stuff I found that I've wanted to make videos on. And it's all flies that I use and I've been tying for years, right? It's very rare, like, I'm not just going to, like, that's because that's what I'm most comfortable with, you know? It's, like, my expertise, but I could certainly just find, like, random flies, but I'm trying to focus on, you know, my niche is like New England and striped bass fishing and stuff. I have some fantastic books from like Lefty Cray and Bob Verka and all these amazing guys that have some old school striper flies that I want to make some content on that probably like you'd never even heard of if you don't have some of these books from like the 80s or 90s and stuff, you know. And most flies nowadays are just, you know, probably a variation of a muddler minnow or something, or a deceiver or something, right? But there's some really cool patterns that are that I want to make some videos on that are more obscure flies that probably most people don't know. You know what I mean? I definitely want to do a lot of videos on, of course, like Ray Bondurant and Kenny Abrams. I feel like pretty much one of my favorite styles of fly tying of all time is flat wings and stuff like that. Even though I love pop flies and all these modern flies and stuff, there's something like it's so that classic mix of striped bass and like salmon steelhead sort of fly tying is one of my favorites. I didn't know you're a recurve guy. I'm a longbow guy. Look at that right there. That's with the camouflage limb. You can kind of see right there. That's next to that orange amp right there. Look how many random. This shows you my hobbies. There's fly tying books there. There's trees that I made out of sticks and foam and cotton balls for miniature wargaming and D&D. There's Yu-Gi-Oh cards and Magic cards. It's probably not that expensive, but there's probably the Yu-Gi-Oh binder has some good stuff in it. Then there's a train I made out of foam, okay? There's a solid state, or not a solid state, there's what do they call this? An IR box for my amp. There's an orange amp, and then there's a Martin Hunter recurve, which is what I've shot my first deer with. Behind that, there's a custom jet safari longbow that's based off of a Howard Hill style longbow. And then I have a Ram Hunter longbow behind it. I did have a really nice aluminum, ILF limb longbow that I had with a VPA riser and, what do you call it? Composite limb. Longbow limbs. It was like 58-pound longbow with a VPA riser. Oh my God, with ILF limbs, so you could just pop the limbs off and slip on new ones. It was so nice, but I ended up selling it. It was such an expensive bow. I like my Martin Hunter. I like wood bows and recurves in particular, but longbows are really nice. But I'm a recurve nut because deer hunting is a pain sometimes in the brush and in trees. 68-inch longbow or something like that can be a little big at times. A 62-inch recurve save you a couple inches. But I love both. I love both bows. Obscure Forgotten Patterns would be the Shiznit. Oh, yeah. Like, I got, the one book I have is, what is it? This one. By the way, this thing needs, I'm, like, so tempted to, I don't want to, like, get copy strike, but I don't know if this is on the internet. This is, like, a video that I got from my old landlord, Thomas, well, I shouldn't say his name, but he was an old fly fishing captain. And this is I got from him. This is from Mike Lap2's Stripers in Paradise. Over 60 minutes with stereo sound. It's got Flip Palette talking about it. It's got Lefty Cray. But it's all underwater footage of striped bass in their natural habitat on VHS. This should be like on the internet. It's probably so cool. I don't think I've ever even watched it. We'd probably get copy striked, but anyways, I gotta watch this at some point. I might need to we might need to. I feel like that should be on the internet, but it's probably not. But who knows? Maybe it is already. But I'm not gonna. What do you call it? Put that guy's copyrighted stuff on the internet. We got this book right here, the Saltwater Fly Patterns by Lefty Cray, which I think is from either the 90s or 80s. When is this from? Yeah, it was from 1995, and I think it was reprinted, or I bought it in the late 90s. But it's got all these different saltwater flies from fly tyers from all over the world. So it's got Australian flies, Tasmanian flies, South African flies, and then it says Bob Popovic's flies. It's just random. There's snook redfish flies, but I like how he's got French flies, Aztec flies. So whatever that means. But there's a lot of cool patterns in here. Just to give you an, this is like before a lot of this modern fly tying. This is, the sort of stuff we had going on. Old school poppers, tandem hooks, synthetics. You know what I mean? A lot of cool flies in here that, like if we go to the striped bass section, yeah. Which one's this? So there's like this, the Menhaden bucktail right there. That's literally a Thunder Creek. But look at these old striped bass flies right here. This was like modern fly tying back then, this sort of like sand eel fly. Which almost looks like kind of antiquated to flies we have nowadays, but this is the sort of stuff I love. It's like a Whistler right there. Rainbow smelt. Even back then, they loved Slim Lefty's Deceivers. There's a reason why we love Slim Lefty's Deceivers right there. There's like a semperfly sort of fly right there. There's some cool stuff. And this is all variations of flies that have probably we all have already tied, deceivers, whatever, this and that. But there's a lot. I think it would be cool to go into specifics. The rockfish herring fly. Oh, here you go. Somebody was asking about sand fleas. Here's some old sand flea flies right there with either some spun hair or some ramswell, it looks like. Old sand flea flies. Shoot centaurs? Oh, I've heard centaurs are really, really nice. Hybrid, yeah. I've heard centaurs are really nice bows. I haven't bow hunted in years. I kind of fell out of it a little bit. I was shooting a couple weeks ago. Every once in a while I just go shoot. But with my back, dude, I don't even know if I could go deer hunting anymore in the winter. It's pretty rough, especially dragging a 150-pound buck out of the woods by myself. That was when I was a little bit younger, but at some point I'm going to get back into it. I just love shooting traditional bows. Yeah. I will say, though, shooting bows are pretty good for your back. It helps strengthen my back, but climbing tree stands in the wintertime is where it is not fun. And as somebody who's not a fan of heights in general, climbing tree stands is not fun, especially with a climbing stand. And you can't use those modern climbing stands where you're completely wrapped around. I have to use a lone wolf because I shoot a recurve. And my bow has limbs that are longer than 12 inches or whatever. So I'm like, you're on this, my butt's on this seat this big, 30 feet up in the air. Nope, I've had a couple of situations where I just thought I had to call the fire department, but. Gotcha. Yep. Yeah, I know there's a lot of hog hunting down in South Carolina that people go traditional hunting at. There's that one camp. It's probably the place you probably go to. I wouldn't be surprised. There's a bunch of guys that traditional bow hunt up here that all go down to this one like hog hunting lodge or something. Unless you just go to like a camp that you have or something. But that was one of the books that I started with before the internet. It has so many good flies and not all the techniques and all the techniques you need. Yes. I got that book for Christmas in like 1998 or 7. I remember specifically because we went out to like Bridgehampton to this church or something because there was like a church where they had like people from Islam and Judaism and Christianity, and my dad's Muslim, so he went there and like was talking for some reason. He's like, yeah, I'm Muslim, I'll do it. And what do you call it? And I remember I specifically got that book for Christmas, and I was like stuck at this church all day listening to this as a like 9 or 10-year-old who just probably wants to tie flies or is like obsessive fishing. I was like just obsessively reading that book all day. I'm sure since then it probably came to Turkey and France with me and wherever, but yeah, that was I believe, I'm trying to think, did I have Pop's Flies? I think I might have got Pop's Flies after that book. Which if that's the case, then that was the first time I saw a pop lip was on the cover of that Lefty Cray book. But I feel like maybe I didn't buy this book like in 95. I was 5 years old. There was no way I was fly tying. I got into fly tying when I was like 8 or 9. So I was like 98, 99, around 2000 when I was like 9 or 10. So I might have had Pop Flies before that book. I don't know. Hog Heaven? Okay, I don't remember. This was like a place that you would pay. It was like a lodge, essentially, for hog hunting. It was all traditional bow guys that were into it. I'm not big into hog hunting like down south. On foot I am or something, but I'm not big into like the dog hunting with traditional bows. I'm not big into that myself. But hog hunting from like foot and like trying to spot and stalk a hog and shoot one with a recurve bow, I'm all about that. That's my sort of thing. I hate hunting from a tree stand up here. It's so annoying. I wish I could like go hunt mule deer. Like crawling on my hands and on like my belly, checking the wind, trying to sneak up on a mule deer or something. Gotcha. It probably is the spot, dude. All the guys from up here go down there and hog hunt at this one place. It's probably what it is. It's probably hog heaven. Yeah, and you can spot and stalk. Yeah, I know a lot of the guys were doing the hunting with the dogs, which is not my sort of thing. I'm all for it. That's really cool, especially like down in Argentina, they got king corsos and stuff. That's just not how I want to hunt with a recurve. You know what I mean? Gotcha. Yeah. Well, I know they do the trad hunting with the dogs because the dogs essentially grab the hogs, but or whatever, or they find them. Some of the guys were doing it. It was the first time I had wild hog. Pop's first book came out after that. Yeah. The other one was the Spiral Bound Lefties Pattern book. Bob's book was the game changer. Oh yeah, Bob's book was the absolute game changer. I think though I like bought this Lefty Cray book like later, like at some point. I think I had the Bob Popovic's Pop Flies first. It was like one of the first books I bought. Dude, I'm telling you, that Pop Flies, and I've told Bob Popovich this at shows. I'm like, listen, your book was like life changing to saltwater fly tying. Like that book had so much inspiration on my fly tying and fly tying in general, modern day saltwater fly tying. It like most of it comes from Bob Popovich's book. Like straight up. It's crazy. I don't have that Lefty Craze book. I don't think I have it. I've never seen it. I must have missed that one. I'll show you though another great book. Maybe you got this one, Brad. This one I love. I got Pop Flies right here, by the way. There's this one that came out later, Striped Bass Flies. It's got Dave Nelson in it. It's actually pretty nice, but this book right here, which by the way, this was $50. So my parents bought this for me back in the 90s for $50. So this is probably like a $90 book, $100 book nowadays, but it's Bob Verka's Innovative Saltwater Flies. This was like next to Pop Flies. Like Pop Flies was like the creme de la creme, and this is mostly northeast sort of fly fishing, some offshore Dorado sort of stuff. Classic, unbelievable. But this book was great. I mean, there's so many different stuff. If you're into, there's literally is Bill Combs, or Trey Combs, I should say. There's so many different guys in here. Cam Siegler. Here's the Sadati stuff. We got Mark Sadati, which, by the way, look at this guy. How do you not like this guy right here, huh? How do you not like that guy right there? Look at that giant bluefish. Which looks like he's using like a tube fly or something. Mark is. So Mark probably was fishing tube flies with circle hooks for bluefish long before I ever thought of it. I should probably ask him about that. This is a great book. Trying to tie these Sadati slammers back in the day with googly eyes. Fantastic book. I don't know if you can even find these, but there's just so many good patterns in here. There's Glenn Mickelson with his epoxy, his glue, hot glue, squid flies and stuff. God, some good stuff. And then I always love showing this to people. Like, can you see the flies or not? There's like 8 flies in there. It takes a second to spot them. So good. Memories. The memories. If I could go back, tell myself, don't tie commercially. Don't do it. Oh, God. All right, let me get a little bit more bucktail on here. Yeah, that was a go-to. I really love that Innovative Saltwater Flies one. There's some really cool patterns in there. I think that was the first time I saw like grocery deceivers. This is all pre-internet, right? I think it was like late 90s. There were starting to be like places you could share flies. Like, I don't know if you remember this one place, Brad, but there was a place where you could share your patterns that you tied. It was like a pattern database. That was actually a really cool website. I had a couple of flies on there. I had someone like reach out asking me to put my fly in a book until they realized I was a kid. They were like, what? But there was like a couple places, but that wasn't till like late 90s, early 2000s. So it was really just going to the library or going to the bookstore and looking for fly fishing books and just seeing what they got in stock. That's how I came across most of these in my collection. It's not like somebody told me to get them. I just found them at a bookstore like, oh, this looks sick. They actually had a pretty good amount of fly fishing stuff back in the day at some of these bookstores. I remember. And I'm lucky the local library had innovative saltwater, Inshore Fly Fishing by Lou Tabery. That was the book that pushed me to become a saltwater fly fisherman. Throw down the spinning rod for good. So I can blame Lou Tabery for ruining my life, all right? With his amazing book, Inshore Fly Fishing. And that 50-pound striped bass he's holding in the cover with a snake fly in its mouth. Damn you, Lou Tabery! You ruined my life! No, that has nothing to do with Lou Tabery. Oh, yeah, Stripers Online. Yeah, Stripers Online was like, what, like mid-2000s or something? Yeah, I think I was like in high school or middle school. I think it was like high school or something that when Stripers, or middle school. Around that time when like Stripers Online was super popular. People still use it, by the way. People are still on there. I used to post all the time on there. I actually met some really cool dudes that lived locally that I ended up linking up and doing some fishing with. This one guy, I don't remember who he is, what his name is, whatever. He was like this dad or whatever, you know. We went and fished. He had his canoe, I had my kayak. We pulled up. I'm like, yo, let's anchor up here at this spot. This guy catches like a 30-pound bass on the fly. I'm like, God damn it. Why did I bring you here? Like, I've been fishing here for years trying to get a giant bass. He caught this massive bass on the fly. I was so stoked. I was like, oh my God. And he was like, well, that was worth coming out with this random guy, this kid. I think he lived locally. He knew the area as well. But I was like, dude, we got to hang out. We got to like anchor up on this rip, hang out right here and swing our flies. Lo and behold, boom. It worked. Yeah, we're trying to figure out, we're working on maybe getting a truck or something. Because I have my Suburban, but this thing's, man, it's kind of past its prime. Me and my dad, we might try and find something. But I would love to get the kayak going again while I'm, for the next eternity, saving up to fix my trim on my boat. Fly Anglers Online was a great early site, more so freshwater. Yeah, see, I'm not familiar with that one, Joe, but I definitely stuck to the salty boys. The saltwater fishing stuff. Like Kenny Abrams' website, Striper Moon, was a fantastic website. And then the form system was so antiquated. I forgot like how to describe how the form worked or the posting. It'd be like, I forgot like what websites used to use this antiquated style of like forms, but you would post something and it would be like the reply of the reply of the reply of the reply of the reply, and there'd be like 5 million of these things like stacked or something. I forgot how to describe it, but it was like antiquated days of the internet. But it was like such a terrible layout, but such a good website. And then I remember it just got inundated by bots or something. Like something weird happened. It was just like full of bots or something on Striper Moon. But it was such a good website, and I think they ended up getting rid of it. But it had so much amazing like wealth of information. But the form was like, I don't know how to describe it. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Like early days of like messaging stuff or something. It was like the way the messaging system worked. It would like bracket the messages down. It was like, I don't know. It was like mind numbing to like try and operate or use. But back in my day, we used to have a little paperclip that would talk to you on your computer. All right. It was painful to use, but it was great info. Yeah, that never-ending reply chain. It would be like you would reply to somebody, or somebody would type, and it would be a reply to the previous post, but it would just be replies. because I don't think you could like at people and stuff. This was very antiquated technology. But yeah, the never-ending reply form system. That, oh my god, I bet you people would have brain aneurysms, like kids, like TikTokers nowadays. If you showed them that, be like, all right, have fun with this. Like you converted Reddit to that system, people would have brain aneurysms. All right, this is long enough. I think we're good here. I'm gonna whip finish this. Yeah, I'm definitely, when I'm done with the stream, I'm definitely sitting outside and like for like an hour and a half and just taking in the fresh air, because it is so humid right now. Yeah, I'll never forget. That was really the first time where we literally were just talking about this earlier. What a bait fish looks like in the water compared to what it looks like out of the water. When you take a bunker out of the water, very silver, it has some blues, maybe some greens or olive, particularly when they dry, sitting on the deck of a boat. I know after shoveling thousands of pounds of bunker off the floor of a boat, but when you stick them in the water, when you film fish in the water, they look completely different. So like we were talking about silver sides. Silver sides, they have this, they're clearly opaque, but they have a much more kind of metallic or opaque, cloudy look to them. In the water, they're almost perfectly clear at times. It's crazy. So tying your flies in a sparse manner is very important. Now, the first time I learned about that was Striper Moon and Kenny Abrams. And one of the things that validated that, or that showed me physically with a photo, the evidence, was on Striper Moon, there was a post, and it showed what fish look like in the water and then out of the water in like an aquarium, or taking photos from when they're actually physically swimming. And you'd see like silver sides, bay anchovies. Like bay anchovies they're definitely a somewhat darker, like reddish tone up top, but they become almost clear in the water with the way the light hits their body. And I experienced this in Turkey. I was swimming, and they had something like silver sides there. And I was swimming in the school of silver sides. There was like 1,000 silver sides. This like sort of smelt sort of bait fish, and this was in the Mediterranean. And they were like, you could see the silver strips and like the yellowish hue, but it was like completely clear almost. It was this crystal clear water with the sun hitting it, and these like smelt that looked like silver sides essentially. And I was like swimming in a giant school of them, and it was like it was crazy to see. But I was like, all right, now I see what Kenny Abrams talking about here. And maybe I should tie my flies a little bit sparser so the light can penetrate it, you know what I mean? Because in reality, a bait fish, that's one of their natural forms of trying not to get eaten alive. You should do kettlebell swings, good for the core, the back, and the trunk. The trunk, I got my trunk taken off a while ago, but all right, gotcha. Yeah, unfortunately, I have some back issues. If you've been watching the stream for a while, it's one of the reasons why I got into commercial tying. And I used to be a mechanic, but I have pretty bad, severe spine deformity, like a mix between scoliosis and the other mitosis, where it's curved front to back and side to side. So I've had probably some sort of either combination of pinched nerves and sciatic nerve issues since I was like in middle school, and my back's got a pretty bad curve to it too. But so I literally hurt myself just sleeping the other night. I like completely I almost threw out my back. It's not fun, but yeah, kettlebells. All right, I'll check it out. I do stretches and stuff like that. I should be probably going to the gym working out specifically for it, but I don't know. It's been dealing with this shit forever. It's a pain. I have specific stretches that I do where I lay on my back with my knees up on a bed doing certain things, but that's beyond your pay grade. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Enough sob story, though. Should I tie this a little bit more forward? Nah, it's fine like this. Whoa. That was a little much. You want to know my biggest fear? Fly tying with super glue is pouring too much super glue like that, and it goes into my bobbin. That's brutal. I've had that happen once or twice, and it hurts. Not fun. Not what I'm trying to do. Bro's prescription? Gotcha. Yeah. That's alright. I deal with it. But I have to be very careful with what I do. It's one of the reasons why I'm not commercial fishing full time. My back was getting crushed. Holy cow. Particularly like doing certain types of shell fishing. Regular hard clams I can do, like scratch raking, especially at my own speed, but full time like razor clamming and stuff like that in the winter time. Oh my god. I would come home and I couldn't even move. It was pretty bad. And I end up getting hurt and like blow my back out for 3 weeks. It's not a good time. So we're not doing that. Yeah, first time I threw my back out, I was like 12 or 13. It's bad. But so I've been dealing with this for a while, but it's all good. We'll stop talking about it. Holy cow, it is so hot, dude. Whew. Jeez Louise, Papa Cheese. Gonna need to take another summit stretch here. Get some fresh air. Oh, we should probably check out the Discord. We haven't checked out the Discord before the end of the stream. We'll see what everyone's been tying. Let's see what all you amazing folks have been up to. But I appreciate everybody hanging out. Hope you folks are having a great week so far. And I know tomorrow's Friday, right? So got the weekend coming up here. I'm going to add a little bit more white here. You know what? Maybe now's a good time to add a little bit of this fluorescent yellow, too. Why not? Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. Let's add a little bit of this, shall we? Get some color going here. I would like to try and do some fishing this weekend, but I guarantee, unless it's like rainy and stuff, there's probably going to be a majillion people out now. It's that time of year where there's people are out in full force now. Jet skis, boats. So unless you're like fishing at night, it's almost impossible to fish. There's just so much boat traffic in the bay and crap. It's like gets out of hand. It's like almost becomes just a complete night game at some point. Not only because it's pretty hot unless you're like, you know, sight fishing on the flats and stuff. But the daytime fishing could be like brutal during the summer just from the amount of people that are out here on the water. Kind of gets a little out of control. Particularly the water scooters, the biggest offenders, of pissing me the hell off. Trying to break every break every rule, local maritime law, and ruin my fishing at the same time. On their jet skis. We call them water scooters. They're like the classic meme of the scooter kids at parks or whatever. Like cutting skateboarders off, you know, or something. Just pissing everybody off. And I say that jet skis are a hell of a lot of fun. But God, when I'm fly fishing, it is the most annoying thing in the world to deal with. D-bags on jet skis. Just like wrecking the local marsh. So it's definitely a nighttime game coming up soon because the fish just are too spooked during the day for the most part. In the bay, that is. And we know the surf's more than likely almost all nighttime fishing for the most part. Oh, God. All right. Sheesh. All right. 4.5 hours of beast fly tying later. We're almost done with the second one. Luckily, that's all we had to do tonight. But I do need to use the restroom. I'm going to stand up and we're going to take a quick little break. I'm going to play our other away video. It's just a minute or two long. I'm gonna stretch my legs and go use the restroom real quick, and we'll finish this off. So we got to add blues. We're going white on the belly. We probably got maybe a little bit of pink. I got some light blues. I got dark blues. I got turquoise. I got purple. So we're going to add some colors here and there. We'll probably go red for the belly a little bit here and there to build that sort of bloodied bunker look, if you will. Excuse me. But just give me 1 sec. Now's a good time, folks. Stretch your legs real quick. I'm going to go use the restroom, and I'll be back in a couple minutes. We'll play our little break video here. Different than the Albie video. So, by the way, I need to make more of these, but or just set up the swim tank. But we'll be back in a little bit, so don't go nowhere. That was from the good old days of shark fishing on the Steiger, which hopefully we can do one day again. Brings back memories though. Chum boys. I gotta find. I'm sure I still have that shark fishing video. We have some older videos that we used, like stuff like this that I'd play when I stepped away for a minute or two. And one of them is us shark fishing with conventional gear. The Chum Boys, which was me, Diego Sanchez, who still watches the stream, a good friend of mine, and then my friend Greg, something on Instagram. And we called ourselves the Chum Boys because we got super addicted to inshore shark fishing off the beaches, or in my boat, like within 10, 12 miles, and we were trying to get them on the fly, and we eventually I think, except, I don't know if Greg got one. I think we all caught a couple sharks on the fly. Nothing fancy. I think we had like one mako swim by the boat. This is when you still could fish for makos. Some hammerheads swim by, but we caught mostly brown sharks. Wasn't anything too exciting. But that was a lot of fun though. I'll have to do that again at some point. I will say, shark fishing is fun. It also sucks because having to sit there in the summer heat and smell chum and constantly cut up bunker and stuff is not my favorite thing. And having a giant shark fly sitting in some bunker oil. We were like, why aren't these sharks like they would come up, grab the fly and be like, I'm not eating this. They would like chew it and spit it out. And we talked to some guys and they were like, listen, bunker oil. All right. Don't feel bad about it. But when you get blue sharks and stuff like that, it's different. And we got to start going like we got to start going like 20 miles offshore. We'll find more aggressive shark species, but we were having fun there for a while. I bought a giant shark rod specifically for streaming shark fishing, and I have yet to use it. I don't even know how much braid is on it, but it's this giant like conventional shark fishing rod. Because I'm convinced we could catch a giant thresher. But then after that, I was like, dude, I don't know if I want to catch... Particularly, I was going out there fishing alone. I don't know if I want to hook like a giant thresher shark solo and have to deal with that. Because I'm assuming that it's probably not the sort of thing you want to do solo, especially when you got a bad back. So there were a couple times that I went out shark fishing that I probably shouldn't have, honestly. It's not really it's kind of a minimum 2-man operation to deal with these animals when you get them on a fly rod or conventional gear at times. Unless you're really experienced. I'm not super experienced with sharks. There's definitely a couple times I'm happy I probably didn't hook a giant thresher shark solo. I couldn't imagine too. Oh my god, dude. Something like that on the fly that's going to be an experience. We'll do it. I'll do it. On the fly, I'll do it for sure. But I probably won't be able to walk for a week afterward catching one of those things. Yeah, the idea was we wanted to go out and catch blue sharks like under 200 pounds, because once they get to 200 pounds, the guy I'm tying flies for right now, who has a lot of experience catching pelagic species on the fly, he's like, believe me, they don't even fight that hard, and you're just going to be in for a world of pain. So, not hate, but pain. So try and target blue sharks under 175 pounds. And we were like, oh, okay. Gotcha. But I need to go further offshore for that. I think the furthest we went was like 12 miles. I got to retie this. That was a fail and a half, that last one. And we saw some really cool shark species, but... Yeah, of course, watching videos of, what's his name, Conway Bowman or something, whatever his name is, in off San Diego. I'm like, yeah, we're going to go catch giant mako sharks. Let's go. You're sitting out there for like 8 hours, 12 miles offshore, like dying. It's like 90 degrees. Staring at the chum slick and that one hookless bait that we have out tied to a balloon or something. But I would be so done with it by the time I was like, dude, I'm ready to leave right now, right? And then you would see a fin pop up. And you'd hop up on the back of my boat with a fly rod. One person with a spinning rod with a mackerel strip with no hook. And we'd try and tease the sharks into eating flies. It was so much fun. But for that literally like 7.5 hours of nothing going on, it was worth it for that one like 30 minutes of like the shark around the boat and you're trying to hook them on a fly or something. But it was monumentally boring for like 90% of it. So that is the one downside to shark fishing. Now, if you could find some sharks, if you could just cruise and find some sharks on a pot of bunker or something, not have to chum at all, that's the way to do it. But I tried many, many times, and that back, at least this is when I'm sure it still is the case, but this is when we had insane amounts of bunker pods. And there would just be, you would have 500,000 pound school. You would drive, there would be 100,000 pounds, there'd be 1,000,000 pounds, there would be a 20,000 pound school, then there would be 400,000 pounds, another 1,000,000 pounds. There were just so many pods of bunker that, I mean, it was like a needle in a haystack. A, trying to find bass, and B, trying to find, like, sharks. You know what I mean? Whether they were, like, spinners or whatever, threshers, whatever, we're trying to find some activity. You know what I mean? But it happens. You just got to get lucky. Like South Fork Salt, my buddy, lives close to the water. He flies drones all the time. He catches just some of the craziest stuff going on. But he said he hasn't seen any sharks show up yet this year so far. But there's an insane amount of marine life out in the ocean out here off the beaches of Long Island nowadays. Humpback whales, dolphins. I mean, just constantly, there's a ton of bluefin tuna that have been coming inshore, which I think they've always been doing, but now with DJI drones and stuff, we're getting crazy footage of like 600-pound tuna crushing bait right off the beach. Really cool stuff. So if you haven't, check out South Fork Salt on YouTube or Instagram. My buddy Tim, he's probably got some of the most amazing drone footage on Long Island. Really cool stuff. And from what I've seen from him and heard from him, talking to him, it seems like I'm telling you, I think most of the fish are out off the beach in the ocean. There's these giant pods of migratory bass, which happens, right, in June. But I haven't been catching a damn fish in the bay. I think they're all out in the ocean. There's obviously some fish in the bay, but I think the majority of the fish have stayed out in the ocean. Would you ever use the same flies for saltwater stripers and freshwater stripers? Oh, yeah, 100%. How's it going, Bamba boy? Yeah, of course. Freshwater stripers, whether they're the hybrid, like wipers, they call them, the white bass and striper mixes, 100% will eat the same sort of flies. Now, you could also, like a fly like this can imitate, whether we're tying it to imitate like a big saltwater bunker, or you could tie it to imitate those giant shad or something you have in lakes. You know, people fish these sort of flies for muskie, so. But yeah, clousers, deceivers, really any saltwater fly that you would use for striped bass, you could surely use for freshwater stripers as well. Now, it might depend on what they're eating, right? You might want to, maybe they're eating crawfish or something. So, or maybe they're eating, a lot of, they're probably eating like a lot of maybe perch or, whatever you got in your lakes, those big, those giant bait fish. I forgot what they call them, those shiners or whatever. But yeah, you might just want to, and again, I was going to say you might want to change the colors to represent what you have, but honestly, you could tie this in all pink and you could catch fish. So these are just more, I'm like, when it comes to our general, and I say our, but I mean like a lot of striper fishermen and fly tying, colors aren't as important, more so it's just light or dark, but yeah, 100%, you could probably take pretty much almost all the saltwater flies we tie, and you can go fish them in freshwater. And I do, we fish them for largemouth. For pickerel, we have pickerel here on Long Island that get pretty big. We'll fish larger flies, but we don't really have too many larger freshwater species out here. But if we had muskie, we had pike, we had big freshwater striped bass, giant largemouth, I would totally throw, probably not something this big, but I would totally throw, like this right here. You could take this and go catch a 20-pound freshwater striper with. You know, it's the same thing we use in saltwater. Even though you don't have bunker, I'm sure you have something, because a fish that size has to eat some sort of bait, right? Whether it's small or big, but who knows? Maybe they're eating, you know, juvenile largemouth, whatever, bluegills, right? Yeah, that's one of the beauties of saltwater, you know. And this isn't more so the case, but when I was growing up, like, you get freshwater fly tying books for trout, and it was like you have to use 13 wraps of hackle, magenta, olive, dun blue, and then you have to do exactly 3 wraps of tinsel to imitate this bug. Saltwater fly tying, people are like doing the craziest things. They're like slapping silicone on ram's wool and this and that. So I grew up with like a very free-form fly tying, essentially. Like, saltwater fly tying has always been very like, do whatever you want. You know what I mean? Who cares? If it works, it works. And not all freshwater fly tying's like that, but when I was growing up, especially in the like 90s and stuff, all the books, and they're very structured, traditionalist sort of stuff. So it's so refreshing. And this is where you get a lot of like these musky fly tyers and stuff. They're very heavily influenced by people like Bob Popovics and all these saltwater fly tyers. So a lot of the modern day freshwater fly fishing, where all these streamers for trout and stuff, they're all based off of saltwater flies. You know what I mean? And the techniques that were used in saltwater tying. So 100%. I live on a lake where they stock stripers, and I've only caught one on the fly, but it was a bass fly. Yeah. Now, what do you think how big do those freshwater stripers get? What do you think they're eating? What sort of bait do you have, you know? Like, I don't know if you have bait fish this size, but you could take a fly like this, just any sort of generic larger body bait fish fly, scale this down a little bit, change the colors, and you probably have a good imitation of a bluegill or something like that, or some sort of shad, or, you know, whatever you have in those waters. You know what I mean? I haven't done much freshwater striper fishing myself, but we have a lot of folks that do it, and some folks here in the stream that, or the Discord. Yeah, gizzard shad. And I'm sure a lot of the flies they use are essentially the same sort of stuff we use here. Yeah, gizzard shad, okay. So like a 20-pound striped bass would have no problem eating a fly like this in freshwater. You might want to scale it down, but like, let's say it's this big, right? Or something like that. Like 6-7 inches long on a 5 or 6-odd hook. You should have no problem getting a larger freshwater striper to eat that. No problem whatsoever. All right. This is where we're going to add some color on the end here. Kind of waited till the end, but that's okay. We're going to stack some bucktail with the darkest color first, and then going to the lightest, because when we fold it back, the darker color will be on top. So we're going to start with some of this nice, really nice, beautiful purple bucktail that my buddy gave me a while ago, and it's not even that soft, but it's just so long. We'll use a little bit of it here. Not even really that soft, but it's like 5.5, 6 inches long. Oh yeah. God, I just love this color right here. Such a nice purple. Yeah, so I'm trying to think what would be a great pattern to imitate some gizzard shad. I mean, there'd be so many. It's just the bucktail, deceiver, hollow fly. So we tied this with some mono, but if you just tie this on a hook with feathers, and then you fold the bucktail and fold it back, that would be a great pattern. There's so many different ones, but there's like a million. There's more patterns than there is enough time to tie nowadays, but let me just put this back just a skosh. Because I am going to wrap forward. I want to leave myself enough room to where I don't clog myself up at the front of the hook eye here. Yeah, so I'll just name do you do your own fly tying? Bama. This fly has got the best profile of what you tied, in my opinion. Thank you, Alfred. Yeah, I tried to go sparser on the material on this one a little bit. It's tough. I find it tough. You do not. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know where you'd buy your flies, but I would just look for probably. I'd say I'd go from 4 to 7 inch flies, streamers like imitating bait fish, like 3-odd to 5-odd hooks. I don't know what sort of fly rod you have, but I'd probably recommend, an 8 or 9 weight or something. Probably an 8 weight for freshwater, but so you could throw some larger flies. You could still throw big or largemouth flies as well, and like wrangle a big largemouth or striper out of cover. Yeah. Well, we got !Discord. I don't know if you have Discord. You can feel free to join if you have any questions about fly tying, fly fishing. That's one of the best places because there's a bunch of people that fly fish that would feel free to give you some information, but you can always ask on stream as well. Yeah, so just think about, look at flies when you go to a shop, whether it's a fly shop. Hey, thank you, Brew. I would try and find a place that specifically deals with fly fishing, whether it's a fly fishing store or a store that has a decent amount of fly fishing stuff, not just like a big retail place. You may or may not have one. You may have to travel, but they can like sit down. You could sit down with them. They could hook you up with the right gear and right materials if you're trying to tie, or if you're fishing, the right setup and the right flies, and they can give you some better explanation if you're just getting into it. Or if you could obviously use the internet, places like here, Oh, you have a 9 weight. Okay, perfect. You got a 9 weight. Good. Yeah. So I would try and find, because if you go to like Cabela's or something, you might, or like, I don't know what you have, like Bass Pro or something, you might be able to find some flies. A lot of those flies are tied in like Africa or somewhere by people who don't fish. You want to try and find flies that are tied either locally or by people here in the U.S. that actually fish for the species you're fishing for, right? Like I tie flies for striped bass for shops up here in the Northeast. I'm sure there's people either in your area or down there that tie flies for freshwater stripers and stuff. So I don't know if there's a fly shop around or you could find something like that, or online, or if you're going to get into tying your own, but I would look for probably like larger profile bait fish flies that'll push some water and that you think will imitate what you're fishing for. I saw, Gabe, I saw you posted a bunch of largemouth flies in the Discord. Oh, you have a local outfitters around your house? Okay, there you go. Very cool. Yeah. So hopefully they have some good flies that are tied by some local tires or something that you can use. As a commercial fly tire for local shops and businesses here in the U.S., that's who I always recommend to get flies from, obviously. But support your local fly shops. Also, they can help you get set up with fly tying, right? And getting everything you need. If you decide to go down that route, which I will warn you is a very addictive hobby, and it goes so perfectly well with fly fishing that it might financially ruin you in the future. So watch out. Nah, I'm joking, but you probably won't save money tying your own flies, but there's nothing more enjoyable than catching fish on your own flies. And this is from somebody that sells flies for a living. So you would think I wouldn't say that, but I'm not going to lie to you folks. There's a reason why I do it. That being said, not everybody can fly tie, so it's, thank God, because otherwise I'd be out of a job. Yeah, we'll check out the Discord here before we get done with the stream, Gabe. I want to take a look at all the flies everyone's been tying. I started tying flies in August of last year, and I cannot go a day without tying it. Yeah. Yep. Sound like me when I got hooked. That's right. It gets you. And I've been doing it for 20-something years now, so it's been a while. I think I'm going to add a teeny bit more purple, because I just love this color so much. It's so nice. Look at that hair, dude. That is some bucktail right there. It doesn't even matter if it's not good quality at that point. It's so long that it's just it will cooperate with you. Especially if we're not tying a bunch, but. Okay, now we can go with some darker blue, then some lighter blue, because remember, we're folding this backwards, right? So you have to tie the darker color on top first, because this will be on top, like that. So now we're going to go with a darker blue, a little bit of white, lighter blue, tiny bit of white. Now you see I'm adding a little white at the same time, because I don't want to tie too much in, and then I'm like tying it in at the same time, essentially. This is, I don't know, for me it works. You might be alright. So we'll take some of this blue here. Got this nice sort of like turquoise-ish color. And we're trying to imitate these large Atlantic herring. We have a lot of larger herring or shad. I started with rod building like that, and I purposely put off fly tying. Oh yeah, if you got rod building, you're good enough. All right, we'll blame Wolfram for that. Wolfram custom rods, okay? At least I'm not responsible for your addiction. Yeah, if you got rod building, you're probably good, bro. Don't worry, you win the fly giveaways every once in a while anyway, so you get some free flies. So you're good. You're good. Yeah, that's on Wolfram. All right. I'm going to add a teeny to the belly, and then a little bit of lighter blue, and we're done. We're folding this back, a little peacock curl, bada bing, bada boom. You know what I mean? Speaking of which, tonight, I did add 2 more emotes. Not only, we have 2 emotes on YouTube. I like one of them. We're going to probably replace the other one. But we got because we have the follower emotes. If you're a follower on Twitch, I have the free emotes of that like double striped bass one. But we got the Li Flies stare. Yeah. I kind of like this one of the fish up close. It's like eyes looking off to the side. That other one, the Li Fly cow or whatever, I'm probably going to get rid of that. I don't know what I was thinking. It is kind of cool, me holding a big fish, but it's not. For an emote, there's better emotes. But I was just refreshing myself on how to make emotes. So luckily, because we've been streaming on Twitch for like 5 bajillion years, it takes 3 seconds for me to update my emotes. Because they're like, oh, this guy's, he's all right. He's been doing this a while. He's good. They used to review it. It would take like 24 hours or something. But the fly giveaways. Is that all you care about? These damn fly giveaways? Yeah, last Friday of the month, we do a giveaway on Twitch. We do a follower and a sub one. Now, I'm looking into how to do it on YouTube. I need to be careful because, though, on Twitch, I don't know if I could stream. I have to be careful. I can't get people coming from Twitch onto YouTube. They'll, like, ban me, so I can't promote it. But I have to find a way of, like, I would like to do, you know, our fly giveaway every last Friday of the month. We'll do maybe one on Twitch and one on YouTube. But I was also thinking about maybe just doing it via YouTube videos. You know what I mean? I'm trying to find the right way of doing it. But traditionally, we've been streaming on Twitch for, I think it's now, since I have been an affiliate on Twitch since 2018. So I've been streaming since like 2017 or something. So we've been doing fly giveaways on Twitch for like years now. But now we're streaming on YouTube. So I got to figure out how to do this because the way that we do it is via the marble race where you type in chat, and that only works via, it's a Steam game. It only works because it's connected to my Twitch account. So I need to find a way of doing it. Maybe we'll do something via like Nightbot or something. I don't know. Because that could technically link to like both chats, I suppose. But I have to be careful because Twitch terms of service, I have to be very careful with how I do it because if it seems like I'm promoting the other platform, I could get banned. So I think you can't technically do like a giveaway via a marble race for both platforms at once on Twitch. I think it breaks TOS if I'm not wrong. For instance, I can't capture both of Twitch chat and YouTube via like my capture software and put Twitch chat and YouTube chat on at the same time because it's against Twitch TOS. So I need to figure out a way of doing it to where I don't get like suspended on Twitch for like 2 weeks or something. So I gotta look into it. I'm very tempted to do it via Discord, but not everyone has Discord. So I got to find a way of doing it probably via the moderation in the chat from the bots, from probably Nightbot or something, which are these like essentially bots you can have set up to like moderate the chat, and you can work on that end. No, because the Marble, it's called, what is it? Marbles on Steam or whatever it's called. That software only has third-party integration for Twitch. So it doesn't have third-party integration, I looked, for YouTube. Some stuff, like for instance, I believe you can have your Nightbot set up for both your YouTube and your Twitch channel. So you can have commands, you can have, timing out bots or whatever, right? Spam. But that's a third-party integration from a game on Steam. So it only has third-party integration for Twitch and not YouTube at the moment, at least. So, and I love the marble racing. It is really fun. But I do want to find a way to where, like, because it's been great. I appreciate all you folks not only watching on Twitch, all you long-time folks that have been watching me forever, but also the folks on YouTube. Shout out to the YouTube folks. We got 5 people watching, sometimes almost as many people watching on YouTube as Twitch now. So I would like to get back to everybody, but we got to find a way because we have our subscriber race, right, and then our follower race. So I got to figure out because now we have YouTube members that we got to deal with. I got to think about it. We'll look into it. We'll find a way of doing it. We could still do maybe one. We could still at least do marble race. I feel like we have to do at least one marble race a month because it's a tradition at this point. But maybe we'll do one of the giveaways via the marble race and like one some other way. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I got to think about it. Number one thing, I got to get those emotes going because we got so many emote slots on Twitch and for our YouTube members now. I have some slots, so that's something I got to work on. But look at this beautiful herring fly we have tied with blues and whites. This actually came out really, really well. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Alfred. I think this one's probably the best one we tied tonight, but the other ones are going to look great. It's all really what matters what it looks like in the water. Because I'm telling you, in the water, these things come to life. It's crazy. But yes, I think I went a little too heavy on the bucktail on the first one on the tail, and this one I tried to keep the same amount of sparseness, you know what I mean, throughout the entire fly, and I think it definitely came out better. Now this one too, we got to wet. So what you do is the fly's not done. So what you do is, as per Bob Popovic's in his instruction, and again, you can see me, I'm going to kind of pull these out some. I want to make sure we got a nice profile on this. But this hair is under tension. What we need to do is we're going to wet this fly to where you run it under the sink, and I think cold water is what you want to use, not warm water, or just like room temperature or cold water. And you run it under the sink to where it gets wet, and it's going to taper down like this. And then you hang it either on the vise or on something vertically like this, and you just let it dry. And what happens is when this dries like this is it'll eventually then just like keep its shape like this. Same thing after you fish it, and it'll, because we don't want it to taper down like this, we want it to be open, so in the water it's going to compress but it'll still swim, you know. So you want that bucktail splayed out. After you hang it to dry, it will kind of come together, and it will have this more, it'll kind of essentially get this shape to it. It also helps that it's sitting in that fly sleeve, but after you wet it, it'll have this sort of shape to it after you hang it to dry, which is the whole idea. And they can get kind of beat up, but what you do is you just wet it. When you're done fishing, you always rinse the fly if you care about the hook and having it not rust and stuff. You rinse it, and then you just hang it to dry again like this, and it'll kind of retake its shape. So it's definitely the sort of fly that you need to store properly. You can't just chuck this in your backpack. It'll get definitely chewed up pretty good. But I will say, this is one that I had sitting in a bag, and it was sitting, you could see it's still kind of got some curl to it. It was like this in a bag for like a year and a half. I forgot about this thing. I like brought it on the boat one day and then brought it inside. It was sitting in this bag with these flies, and I just ran it underwater, and you could see it pretty much retained its shape after this thing was like pretty beat up, you know, and I never really fished it. I just tie this for demonstration purposes, but I think we brought it out on the boat one day for a trip out to Block Island or somewhere like that, and it just got scrunched to hell, you know. But yeah, so that's the beauty of these flies. They're a lot of fun. The beast flies, some of my favorite flies to tie, and better say hi here too. Oh, thank you, bro. Nah, believe me. Listen, you watch wherever you prefer. We're on whatever of the two platforms. You can watch us on whatever. So we obviously have way more benefits on Twitch because we've been streaming there forever. We have the emotes and stuff like that, but you know, you can watch wherever you prefer, and we're just happy that folks are tuning into the channel and watching us tie some flies. So thank you so much. I appreciate everybody hanging out. That's the best way to support the channel, is just tuning in and watching. But all right, there we go. A couple nice beast flies. I am officially overtime beast flies for the night. That was 5 hours of beast fly tying. That being said, it was a lot of fun. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rinse these underwater. I'm going to let them dry. Then I'm going to slip them in a sleeve like this to store them. And I'm going to bring these 3 flies to the local tackle shop. I'm going to tell the shop owner who's, hey, can you tie a couple beast flies for me? I'm going to say, all right, here you go. Pick however many you want. And there we go. And that's for your buddy that did a favor for you, hopefully. And to be fair, whoever's going to get these flies probably is going to get way more use out of them than I will fishing from shore at the moment, because my trim doesn't work and my boat trailer needs to get fixed. So whoever has this is going to get these 2 flies, probably has a boat, is probably very good at catching striped bass in particular, particularly big ones, because knowing the owner of this shop and his friends probably. So there's a good chance that these flies will be used to catch like 40 or 50 pound striped bass. We won't know, and I probably won't know unless maybe we find out. But I just want you to think about that. There's a good chance whoever's going to get these flies is probably going to swim these under bunker pods out in the ocean, and probably going to catch really big fish. So that's at least a cool thing to know, because I haven't caught jack in the past, 3 weeks now, a month. So at least somebody will catch fish on my flies. All right. But thank you so much, everybody hanging out. I appreciate it. And tuning in. I am going to go make some food and all that. I will say, I am going to real quick just look to see if we could throw a raid out to somebody on Twitch. So give me 1 second. But hey, no problem, Alfred. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed it. And thank you so much for spending some time with us on this afternoon. Yeah, you're in Costa Rica. You're pretty similar time. You might be a little ahead of us, but give me 1 second. We can throw a raid out to somebody on Twitch. I'll see who's on my follower list. Somebody's fishing. Unfortunately, I can't send you folks from YouTube there, but that's okay. But I appreciate everybody hanging out. Oh, I forgot to take a look at the Discord, but I think we're probably going to be streaming tomorrow. It's Friday, so we'll probably, what do you call it? We'll take a look then. Let me see. If somebody's doing something fishing related, we'll throw a raid out. And usually there is. Do I see anybody doing anything right now? It doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Oh, Shook's streaming. We could throw a raid out to Shook. I'll send you folks over that way, even though there's not many people in here. That's all right. Maybe some of you folks here are new on Twitch. You could go check out Shook1. He's an awesome person. He's IRL streaming in Australia, living on a beach, the world's most dangerous beach, doing some fishing. He's a really cool dude. We haven't raided Shook in a while, I don't think so. Except, is it going to be a pain in the ass for me to try and find his channel here? How do I do this? It's too many headphones. I got too many headphones in. There he is. I don't know why it's And like, dude, I've been following Shook forever. It should auto know that I'm trying to rate him. All right. Thank you so much for hanging out. Alfred, thank you again. Brew, Bama Boy, everybody watching on YouTube, thank you so much. To everybody watching on Twitch, I hope you folks have an awesome day as well. We're going to throw a raid out to Shook. It's been a while since I've checked out Shook's stream, so I'm going to tune in and watch myself. So thank you so much. I got to clean up. I'm going to vacuum and do all that, but we got these beautiful flies tied. I'm going to hang them up and dry them and then post a photo in the Discord probably tomorrow. So, but thank you so much for hanging out and watching. I hope you folks have an awesome night again on YouTube and Twitch. Thank you so much again, and we'll see you folks soon. All right, take it easy, and I'll see you in the Discord. If not, we'll probably see you tomorrow for some tying. So. Yeah, one's in chat. That's right. All right. We'll see you guys. Thank you so much. All right. Have an awesome night. All right. I'll see you guys later. So now I think the folks on Twitch just got sent over. From now on, you folks on YouTube still hear me possibly, but maybe not. I don't know.